Chapter 36. A Threnody toward the Derelict. The date is November 26, 1994. Approximately 9:13 p.m. in the evening. Asakusa is celebrating its Labor Day, and the night's festivities have already begun across the town. The Circle, on the other hand, have very little celebration taking place. After forming an investigative alliance with Junko Kirigiri, the local Mnemos, we are currently within the Asakusa Inn and Bathhouse, where Oliver Berg had been held captive for a period of time. While exploring the room, he was last staying at the Circle, while exploring the room he was last staying at, the Circle is interrupted by a most curious experience. A wraith has entered the scene, claiming to be the real Oliver Berg, who is trying to reunite with his friends. So at this point in time, everybody will notice that there are indeed two Oliver Bergs within the room right now. The Mnemos, known as Junko, will point at one of the Oliver Bergs and say, "This one is a fake." They are using Moliate to hide who they really are. So what would everyone like to do?
Which one did she point at?
That's a very good question.
Did she point at the one I'm playing?
Which one are you playing, Rob?
Good God, I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, I get where this is going.
Mm-hmm. Which one are you playing, by the way, Rob?
The one at the top.
The one at the top?
Yes.
Okay. So, Junko Kirige will point at this wraith right here and say that is an imposter. They are using Moliate to hide who they really are. What would the Circle like to do at this point in time?
Is there a way for someone skilled in Moliate to revert them to their original form?
Yes.
Do we have anyone capable of that?
Yes.
Then I'll suggest that to the group. Seeing as I'm mixed up in this, say you could try Moliate on both of these people if there's a way to revert them to their original form. Both of these people, including me. That's a weird way to refer to myself.
I suddenly find myself with the ability to take away some angst, I believe, with Castigate third skill. I'm trying to find the dang PDF. Oh, here it is. Finally found the tab. I have 8,000 tabs, and it was in a different browser than I thought. So, before I state what I'm going to say, I want to make sure I understand what I can do. Using Castigate Purify. By focusing her will, the Wraith may directly attack the power of another Wraith's shadow. The actual methods vary from partner to partner, blah, 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 system. The storyteller rolls the character's charisma plus Castigate and secret. Mm-hmm. The difficulty is the subject's permanent angst score. The subject may also assist the roll by spending willpower. Each success reduces the subject's temporary angst by 1, but also causes 1 corpus level of damage to the subject.
Okay.
The castigator receives a temporary angst point for each one on the purify roll. So, what I would like to do...
Yeah, did you have someone in mind for Purify?
Yes. Let me put the pointer back on. Gosh dang it. Let me think. I know her name. I just... brain farting. Dang it. I'm going to have to write her down.
Junko?
Junko, yes. If I remember correctly from last session, she was just like full of angst, and she was very precarious in terms of her body is frail. So I want to tell her that I am happy to try to purify her spirit to lessen the power of the shadow, but it does cause physical damage to her corpus, and ask her if she wants to take that risk in order to help molliate or help with her ability to use her own molliate ability to find out who this person is.
Okay. She'll look to you and say, how about I try my molliate first? Because the skill that I wish to incorporate on this imposter will be very, very challenging and very difficult. However, it only costs me a small amount of my energy to spend.
Okay.
And I have a pretty decent chance at making this work in my favor, as long as my shadow is cooperating with me. But I will let you know afterwards if I am compromised in some type of way.
I see.
Oliver Berg will move out of the way of Junko and insist, yeah, that actually sounds like a really good idea. So gets out of the way.
Yeah, that actually sounds like a really good idea.
All right. So Junko will place her hand on Oliver Berg's face, and she will be casting what is called Return to Death's Visage, or Visage. And we'll see how I do. All right. I'm going to blow a willpower. So, the moment that she places her hand on this Oliver Berg's head and uses her molliate, there is almost like a spark of static electricity that ignites between the two of them, and you can tell that she is writhing in some type of internal pain, and she looks to Josie, saying, I think I'm gonna need your help, as she starts to struggle with her own shadow. The visage of Oliver Berg remains absolutely intact, and he backs away as if concerned that he had done something wrong to her. So, Josie, if you want to enact your castigate,
I will.
You may.
That will be...
Yeah, that's going to be your...
D10, because it's charisma plus castigate.
Yep.
Oh god. I'm gonna blow willpower.
Okay.
Remind me how that works mechanically speaking.
So you can re-roll up to 3 regular failure dice.
Okay.
So you cannot reroll ones, but you can reroll any failure dice that did not give you a success.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna re-roll the 3 failure dice. Was the difficulty 6 or
Difficulty is a 7.
7? Well,
Difficulty 7.
God. Oh God. Well, the good news is I didn't botch. The bad news is I didn't get any successes.
That is good news.
Whew. But I still have 2 new angst. Hooray!
All right.
Temporary.
So what happens narratively in front of everybody is Josie will place her hand on Junko. And Jay, for your character, since I don't know if you are... what kind of spiritual methods Josie would use in order to use Castigate, whether it would be something as if you were like taking care of a wild animal or maybe something back at the zoo. But spiritually speaking, how would you use your hands to enact your Castigate?
Use my hands.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, clarification. Do I actively need to be touching her?
Yes.
Okay. Then I think I would put my hands on her shoulders, and I'm actually not sure what Roma do, or Player J isn't sure what actual Roma do as far as spirituality, but I'm going to pull something out of my ass and say that I'm sending prayers to my ancestors.
Okay.
And I guess since I failed and didn't botch, I'm just going to guess that I'll be like, I'm sorry, I'm very new at this, and I apologize, I tried.
She'll look to you, still wincing with a strange agony that has taken her. But she does not hold any negativity towards you. If anything, she's just trying to keep herself composed, at least for the moment. Nicole or Rob, is there anything that you would like to do?
Oh, sorry. I think for my part, it's best to keep my. I want to try to keep my distance from the other Oliver. So if they do something that alarms him, he can't suddenly jump and get mixed. You know, like in the show, whenever you think you're about to reveal the fake one, he jumps and tackles the real one, and then they get in a brawl and get mixed up, and you can't tell anymore.
Yeah.
I want to keep that from happening, so I'm going to keep my distance from the other Oliver.
Okay.
But I don't think it's safe for me to be walking up to Junko when they don't know which one's the real one.
Yeah. To no one's surprise, Rob, the other Oliver Berg will do the same exact thing that you're doing and keep his distance from you as well, as to not confuse anything as it is. At this point in time, Josie will feel something deep in the pit of her soul that resides within her chest and her stomach that starts to ache and pain itself very powerfully. It is a very familiar feeling to you, but what this tells you is that Josie's shadow is starting to stretch itself a little bit more within your corpus. It's starting to make itself a little bit more comfortable. It's a very sickening feeling.
Yay.
Nicole, does Arwen want to do anything in this strange predicament that's happening?
All right, hold on. I was half listening as I was getting everything set up.
No worries.
I'm picturing you driving with like a laptop open up on the dashboard of your car as you go through Roll20.
No, I'm finally in the house. Everything's all set up now.
Nicole's like, learn how to drive, you asshole! Anyway.
I'm trying to game here.
Let's see. Hold on. So, just going through. What do I have?
So in case everyone's curious about the mechanics that have happened so far, Junko Kitagiri has attempted to use Moliate on Oliver Berg. The difficulty must have been pretty damn high for her to attempt that because she botched and took a point of temporary angst from the whiplash of failure. And now she's not even sure if she was correct in the first place. So she's confused. And Josie tried to use Purify to extract or deplete some of that temporary angst that is currently dwelling within Junko. And unfortunately, that also kind of backfired in its own way.
I'm assuming that if I tried this again, would it be still just or would it, if I tried one more time, would it still just be the shadows or her temporary angst, or would it be her temporary angst permanent angst, or permanent angst plus 1?
Let me double check what you...
Since I would be trying again, same scene.
Yeah. Let me double check that.
Okay, because I was also thinking it might be worth it to try a different tactic, but also a little difficult.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. I actually went easy on you, Jay.
Oh!
Yeah. So, the difficulty should have been a 10.
Oh!
Instead of a 7. So, for all intents and purposes, we'll basically say that I lent you some willpower to lower that difficulty a little bit. Some of my own willpower. So the difficulty was a 10. But that was the GM's mistake, so I won't hold that against you. I think roleplay wise, it still worked out really well the way it did. So yeah, but yeah, if you do attempt this again, the difficulty will be at a 10.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
I have another thought for a different tactic, but it wouldn't be to help her. I was thinking maybe using befuddlement from Pandemonium to make them both forget what they were doing, but I didn't know if it was something I can control, that I make them forget what they're doing rather than who they are. Because Pandemonium... Let's see, where'd it go? Pandemonium Befuddlement. It does say the Wraith may momentarily confuse a target, disorienting him and making him temporarily forget who he is and what he's doing.
Okay.
What I was hoping for, don't think it's going to be possible, but it's worth asking, making them forget what they're doing, but not who they are.
Okay. And you want to use this on multiple targets?
I would like to try it on each of the Olivers in succession.
Okay.
But starting with the one that Junko said had Moliate performed upon them.
Mm-hmm.
And disorient them, forget what they're doing, and perhaps instead of forget who they are, perhaps then make them think that the person they're talking to is what's the name? The Rob, the person that tied Oliver up or chained Oliver up.
What was his name again?
That never happened. Are you okay? First of all, are you saying this like out loud as a
No,
a really
no.
clever trick? Like ah!
No,
It's
that's why I
Inako.
specifically said Rob, not Oliver.
Inako. Well, that would have been a really brilliant play if you did that.
Inako. So try to make each Oliver think that they're talking to Inako.
Okay.
So, is that possible? And if so, what do I roll?
So, do you want to? Are you going to be using this on one wraith at a time, or are you going to be using it on both of us at the same
One
time?
wraith at a
One wraith
wraith
at a time.
Yes.
Okay. So, if you're going to target the wraith that was pointed out by Junko earlier, it's going to be your intelligence plus pandemonium. Difficulty is going to be a 7.
Okay.
And I get to do an opposing roll against that using my intelligence. And
All right, well.
it will cost you 1 pathos. So when you're ready, go ahead and roll your intelligence plus your pandemonium.
Right, doing that now.
Okay.
Are you shitting me? How much willpower do I have left? Let me take a look real quick.
Yep. I believe you have 9 left.
Yep, yeah, I do. That's sufficient. I'm blowing a willpower because, god damn it, really? The dice are being obnoxious today.
Yeah.
Roll 3d10. Like, literally any... There we go! Thank god. 2 successes.
All right. So, after spending your pathos, as it were, describe to me what Josie does. She walks over to the wraith who is over here, and what's your methodology? Are you trying to speak to him in a certain way? Are you trying to say something to him that would imply that you are somebody else? What is it exactly do you do?
Well, I cast the spell, so to speak.
Yep.
And walk over and just kind of raise my eyebrow and say, status report.
And he looks to you very, very confused and says, status? I don't understand.
Have
He
you
looks
accomplished your
very,
mission?
very confused when you ask him this.
Have you accomplished your mission?
Not yet. Then he looks down at his hands when he says this. And then he will perk up and look over at the circle and say, I'm sorry, I just lost myself there for a second. I don't know what happened. But whatever it is that I can do to help protect you guys, I'm in on it. So, Jay, do you want to use this on the other Oliver Berg?
You know, I would like to do this on other Oliver Berg. Still difficulty 7?
No. Rob, what is your willpower?
Oh shit.
Yep.
9.
That's okay. Well, roll 7.
Would you like some dice?
What's in it for you?
I mean, just here to help
I'm
you.
kidding. Are you? I don't trust you, but, you know, this seems somewhat important, so perhaps a couple dice?
How about 4?
4? Goodness.
Yeah, I can give you 4.
You know, I don't trust you, but 4 sounds like a really good idea.
I know, right?
Bad you didn't offer on the other guy. Whew. Oh well, let's find out with my 11d10. Roll 1d10. Well, still, that's still 2 successes.
All right.
And she gets an extra angst.
Yay.
Rob, I need you to roll your straight up intelligence, please. Difficulty 6.
Okay. Oh, good. That should go well. Hold on. Setting up my die roll. One success.
All right. You will fall under the befuddlement of this wraith who is a part of your circle. Jay, you get approximately 2 rounds or 6 seconds to interact with Rob's character at this point in time.
I will do exactly to him what I did to the other Oliver. I will raise my eyebrow and say, status report.
I thought
Rob?
she'd left.
Okay.
What was that?
He
thought
said,
she'd
I
left.
thought you left.
You're back.
Am I? Where was I before?
You were here. You helped me, and then you said you were getting out of town.
Oh, I see.
At this point in time, Oliver Berg will snap back into reality, and he will notice that Imiko is not in the room with anybody. Must have been an illusion, or some kind of memory lapse that had occurred. Oliver Berg will look to the group and say, so what are we going to do, guys?
Maybe we'll just have 2 Olivers from now on.
You know, this one over here seemed to, I'm gonna move myself over here. Like, this one over here seemed to imply that he had a mission, and this one seemed to imply that Iniku was recently with him, and I'll turn to this Oliver and ask, when's the last time you saw Inuko?
When Iniko's the one who got me out of here. I told you about that. Iniko helped me escape and told me about the situation and the danger.
Yeah, that's how I remember it too, actually.
Well, I want to go like, see? No.
Wait,
No,
I thought-
he's absolutely right. That's what I remember too.
wait, I think I might have, this is out of character. Let me put dots over here because this will make it easier. Circle. Was thinking this guy was the,
What? Hey, now.
what?
What? Oh, sorry, there's something weird going on. I tried to move my character and all of a sudden it dragged the screen all over the place. Okay, I'm back.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I was thinking this guy that you were saying was the Moliate guy, and this guy was the, or this is the not Moliate guy. That's totally not what I meant to do.
I want to look to you and say, no, Imiko was the one who touched me recently.
So this. Hold on. Let me
Sorry,
do this because my brain keeps confusing them. This is player J, not game, not Josie. Hold on. Freehand. Here. Purple Oliver and Blue Oliver. Okay, so Purple Oliver is the Moliate Oliver, or Purple Oliver is the not Moliate Oliver, according to Junko.
Oh my god, Josie disappeared.
Neat.
So, Jay, I put an icon on the Wraith or the Oliver Berg that had. Oh, come on, Rob.
Rob, I will beat you with a stick. Thank you for that clarification. So, icon Rob is,
Yes.
or icon Oliver.
Love that. Oh, come on, Rob.
All right, so Icon Rob is which one?
The one that had Moliate used on him unsuccessfully. And he was also the one that was pointed out earlier. He was also the one who said, when you asked him, did you complete your mission, he said, not yet.
Okay, so I definitely clicked the wrong one then because I had them flip-flopped in my head. So I was pointing to this one, not this one. I apologize. Saying this one, I was like, this one has Moliate and seemed to imply a mission. I really think that this is the fake Oliver.
Me too.
Well, Oliver Berg will look to you in your circle and say, well, let me ask you this then. Would Oliver Berg have this? And he will draw out a heretic saber from its sheath at his side. And the circle will fully recognize this blade immediately as distinctively Oliver Berg's weapon of choice. And he'll look to you and say, I am the real Oliver Berg. This belongs to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
And our companion, Oliver Berg, has this strange affliction where he seems to be the victim of thefts.
I can't speak for him. If he is giving you that as his story or his lie, then that's up to him. But I'm telling you, I am here right now. I know it sounds strange, but this is me. I would never lose equipment that is important to me.
Crossing my fingers to say out of game. Didn't Bronson lend that to him, or did he give that to him?
As far as you can remember, Bronson gave it to him as like a lender, considering that Oliver Berg had lost everything in his destruction heroine.
Well, I'm good bluff.
Can I ask this Oliver a name? A question?
Which one? The one on the left?
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Arwen's gonna look at him and say, "What's the name of our map maker?"
Your map maker?
Yeah, what's the name of our map maker?
Make
an intelligence roll, Myles.
I am making a very specific roll for this.
Oh my god, we got to tell the game master to make an intelligence roll.
Yeah, you did actually.
Yes! Victory!
I know the answer.
It's Earl Fenwick, right?
Ugh.
Arwen will look at this one and go, "What's the name of our wine guy?"
Hold on, let me check my notes. You're asking us.
Once Oliver Bergs pull out a notebook and start looking through their notes.
I wrote down all of the characters here. Oh. Earl Cartwright.
Arwen's just kind of look at
So
Josie.
like all of them check out.
Yeah, Arwen's just gonna look at Josie like, just confused.
Now, it'd be funny if I get it wrong and you're all like, that's the real one. The real Oliver would never remember an NPC's name.
Oh, God.
Oliver will look to the group and say, why don't you ask me a very, very specific, intimate question that only I would know the answer to?
Yeah, why don't you ask me a very, very specific, intimate question that I would only know the answer to?
Hey, it was my idea first.
Hey, it was my idea second. I don't know why I'm playing along with this.
So both Oliver Bergs will look to the circle, ready to answer any personal questions.
I'm like trying to think what is something that Arwen knows about Oliver.
Josie was relatively new to this.
If it helps you guys with the mechanics, every time you ask me these questions, it's giving me a difficulty for something that I'm using. So if you keep this up, my difficulty is eventually going to be at a 10.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Just wanted to give
all right.
you a heads up on that.
Let's just keep asking questions.
I just happened to roll really well that last time.
I have a question. Do difficulty on intelligence rolls to remember things go up too?
Yes.
Okay, so we're both screwed.
We're both screwed, yes.
Neat. Well, do you remember that absolute asshole that has hired us? And do you remember what he looks like?
You're asking my character?
I'm asking both of them.
Oh.
No, only ask one at a time.
Yeah.
They'll
One always
repeat.
lies, and the other always tells the truth. Which door do you pick? Oh, sorry, there's no door.
Well, all right, then I will ask Moliate, motherfucker. I will ask him directly, since I just realized the mechanics of asking both of them at once is not great.
Mm-hmm. He'll look to you and say, "Yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. That is Peter McGregor. He wears a rabbit death mask on his head. He has a notebook that he pulls out from time to time and reads it feverishly, trying to get the answers to his prophecies. And he's a bit of a smart aleck and thinks he knows what's best for the circle. Am I wrong?"
You know, if you're not who you say you are, and you know that much about Peter McGregor, I am now more suspicious. But if you are the quote-unquote correct Oliver, I am truly impressed that you remember that much about that asshole.
Oh, trust me, he can't really forget a face like that.
With
you've seen his
sufficient
face,
context, with sufficient context, I could easily know all the people we know. Maybe ask a question about an event that happened.
Oh yeah.
Wait, why am I on trial? Why am I on trial here? You should ask him a question.
You should ask both of us a question. I agree with Foliver.
Oh, faux ever. Gotcha.
Yep.
Do you remember the name of the person that was not a person, but was a person, after all? The one
Out
that
of
we thought
character,
was a
what?
The one that was
Everyone else in the room's like, what?
the one we went to rescue.
Confusion.
The one we went to rescue and turned out to not be a person until we found him, and then he was a person. Or, sorry, the one we thought was a wraith, or the wraith that we went to rescue that ended up not being a wraith until we found him, and then he was a wraith.
Gonna make a dice roll just right now.
What?
Okay.
Wait,
Rob,
was that the last name?
You're confused. I know who she's talking about, but if you want to do an intelligence roll, you may do so.
Yeah.
I'm just as confused. So...
You don't remember that whole adventure we went on to rescue one specific person from the desert, was it? I don't know. Dungeon's blinking.
Oliver will look to Josie and say, Bangladesh, right? Bangladesh?
Yep, it was.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
And what was his name?
And he looks over to Oliver Berg, like, if you don't know, I can say it. Rob, do you want to make a dice roll?
I'm searching my memory right now in the sense that I'm searching.
I will put my hand on my head like a rooster comb.
That didn't happen in Bangladesh.
It didn't?
No, you're talking about Lichard.
Yep.
Oh.
Lichard was
Okay.
before Bangladesh. Lichard was in Hong Kong.
Oh yeah, he was in Hong Kong.
Yeah, Foliver. Nice. Bangladesh.
Wait,
was
this
totally
one said
just-
Bangladesh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I was totally just going along with what he said, just to throw you off your game, but it seems that you remember correctly, whereas Moliate, Oliver, does not. And sorry for making that completely garbled. I was trying my best to trying my best to make something confusing but understandable, and I just got confusing, apparently.
Okay.
Yes?
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Oh.
I need you to roll your dexterity plus dodge.
Oh.
Yay! I have no dodge. So 3 dex. 3d10.
Want some help?
Can I assist by pushing her or something?
Hey, don't roll. Here's your shadow. Do you want help?
You know what? I think I do.
I'll give you another 4.
Oh god. Well, I think I need that. So,
Actually-
yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Actually, before you roll, Myles, serious question. Can you assist with a dodge roll? If it's outside of combat.
Not in this current moment, no.
Okay. But there is a theoretical case where you could assist a dodge roll.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me put it this way, Rob. If you knew I was going to swing my sword at Josie all of a sudden, then yes, you could have.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and take those 4d10 because I otherwise have exactly 3 dex. So, 7d10. You get an extra angst, and I don't get to reroll that 10. So, what's the difficulty level?
Just standard 6.
Okay, well that's not bad then. 3 successes.
All right. I have rolled higher than that. So I will be striking you with my sword.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah. Jay, I need you to roll your... I'm just seeing if you have any armor on right now.
Do I? Let's see.
I'm
I don't
double
think I
checking.
do.
I don't think you do either, but I'm just double checking.
I don't suppose I could use my pandemonium reactively.
Not at this moment, no. This is more about you just instinctually trying to get out of the way of being hit.
Well, I meant after he lands a blow.
Afterwards, we'll probably be entering combat.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. So, what I need you to do is roll your straight up stamina for me, please. Just straight up stamina, difficulty
Thank
6.
Thank God I have 4 stamina. 4d10. 6. Holy shit! And I get to reroll 2 of those, and I...
Nice.
Good God. Oh, still got 4 successes.
All right. So, with 4 successes, I have good news for you. You will only take 2 points of damage from this saber striking into you. So for everybody in the room, they will see Oliver Berg out of nowhere just swing his sword, his heretic saber, right into Josie, cutting and cleaving a part of her corpus off.
This bitch.
Yeah. And he holds the sword at the ready as if preparing for combat. So, at this point in time, I need everybody to please roll their wits plus alertness, difficulty 4. Wits plus alertness, difficulty 4.
And ones don't count as taking away at this point, right?
Yes, they do actually.
Oh, damn
Oh
it.
man.
One of these days. Difficulty 4, though?
Yes.
That's still 3.
I actually had 3, and now I'm down to 1.
F.
Let me get my book out. All right. So, Rob, what's your initiative?
My initiative? 2.
Yes. Jay?
3.
Okay. Nicole?
1.
Okay. And I'm guessing that, yeah, we don't have... We don't have Alex at this very moment. So, the Oliver Berg who struck Josie will be going first. But, Nicole, since you have the lowest initiative, you get to declare what you want to do first.
Cool. I will take out my sword,
Okay.
and I will attempt to attack fake Oliver.
Okay. Sounds good. Rob, what are you doing?
Well, I think it's unwise of me to start grappling with the fake Oliver. So what I'm going to do is to make my way over to Junko and try to get her out of the way so that this Oliver can attempt as a last-ditch effort to take her out.
Okay. Jay, what are you doing?
First of all, I'm checking my inventory to see if my cattle prod has been fixed yet, because I can't remember.
Okay.
Damage, none. Stunned. Oh, it's it doesn't say if it says damage none, but I'm assuming that means it doesn't cause damage rather than it is damaged.
Talking about your stun gun?
Cattle prod. Yeah.
Yeah, it does not do any damage, but it does stun the character.
Right, but I was looking to see if that got fixed because I know it got broken earlier.
It did get fixed, yep.
Okay. Well, first off, I am going to attempt to stun him with the cattle prod, and actually, let's see. You know what? I've just taken damage. First, I'm going to do stretching reality, and then next turn I'll try stunning with my cattle prod. So, this one, stretching reality, with that would be Pandemonium 3-dot, to make him think that he's going forward, but motherfucker's standing still, cause
Okay.
screw you, you hurt.
Okay. So, in this moment, I will be attacking Junko with my sword. And unfortunately, this will be occurring before Oliver Berg has a chance to get to her. So, let us see what happens. Okay. So, thankfully, Junko has one success over Oliver Berg and is able to dodge away before the sword even comes close to her corpus, and his sword will land and just strike the ground next to her as she just kind of like moves out of the way. So here, let me move Oliver forward and Junko to the side. So next will be Josie, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me pull up your book because I believe you're using an additional power.
I am.
Yeah. You said stretch reality?
I believe I did say that. Let me just double check because, yep, stretching reality.
Okay. Please roll your manipulation plus pandemonium. Difficulty is going to be a 5.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good because I can't re-roll, my manipulation. 66. Oh, yeah. Hold on, that was 66, not 60-10. Roll 6d10. My bad.
Okay.
Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 successes. And no
Okay.
wounds.
Nice.
This motherfucker cannot move.
All right. And not only that, you have given me a +3 difficulty on all rolls.
Ha!
So, yeah, this will be very confusing for me.
Will I be able to take one step back so that anybody else can get closer?
Yes, you may. You may take a
Alright.
step back at this point in time.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Next, we have Rob. Rob, you can move towards Junko at this point in time if you'd like to.
Yes. If I'm next to, okay, is there if I'm holding or Junko, can I use? Is there any action I can take that assists her in defense?
You can roll your dexterity plus athletics to move her aside.
Then that's what I'm going to try to do.
Okay. You will gain +1 bonus die because she will be assisting you.
Okay. And difficulty 6?
Yep. Standard 6 for this maneuver.
Okay, here we go. 3 successes.
Yep. You will successfully maneuver Junko to the other side of you in one quick sweeping motion.
Okay.
Nicole, you pull your sword out. Will you be striking this character who looks to be very, very confused at this point in time?
Can I strike without actually doing damage? I mainly want to use the effect of my sword.
Yeah. Would you like to hit their sword that they have hit the ground with, or do you want to hit the actual character?
Let's hit the sword. I want to see if I can knock it out of his hand.
Okay. Please give me a dexterity plus melee. Difficulty will be a 6. It's usually a 5, but this called shot will be a 6.
That would be 3 successes.
All right. You will successfully hit the sword out of his hand. He does not seem to see you at the ready the way that you are. And the moment that you strike his heretic saber with your own saber, not only does it fall to the floor, it starts to freeze. And you'll see a amount of ice start to cover and surround this weapon, making it almost impossible to pick up without additional weight onto it. Even though this has happened in front of him, you see this Oliver Berg reach forward as if trying to pick up his sword, but he is unable to grasp exactly where it's located in front of him, and he's unable to pick it up, and he's very confused by this. For all intents and purposes, guys, we are out of combat, as it were, because of Josie's 5 successes against me. I am completely confused for the next, I want to say, half a minute. So in 30 seconds, for half a minute, I'm going to be confused, and I'm going to be trying to reach my I'm going to try to reach my sword that is covered in ice, but I am not going to really be able to grip it because I don't know where it is in front of me. If anyone wants to do anything right now that we are out of combat, you may do so. But right now, I'm just kind of flailing.
Can I bind him with my nail?
I've got
Yes.
a question. Was I hearing that right? That the sword is iced over? Can I pick that up?
It'll be very heavy, but yes, you can pick up his sword if you want to.
I definitely want to pick his sword up, and would it be considered continuing combat or restarting combat if I fucking stun him with my cattle prod?
No, it would not. So, which one of you wants to act first? Does Rob want to drive the nail into him, or do you want to use the stun cattle prod against him first. Which turn of actions do we want to do? We still have time.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out the nail, have it in my hand, almost like a stake, make it clear what I'm about to do, and then look over and see if everyone else wants me to do this.
Well, then I'm just going to see what he's doing. I'm going to smile at him real big, and I'm going to take my cattle prod, smile real big, and shove it into Molly Oliver's gut and stun the fuck out of him, and then casually walk away and pick up the sword, which is now very heavy.
Okay. Both of those actions do not require any dice rolls. You clearly are easily able to stun him in place since he is completely distracted at this moment in time. As soon as he is like stunned and shocked, you'll start to see him reeling on the floor, unable to move, and is just kind of like shaking to himself as if he's in some type of if I remember the word.
Agony?
Trance? Seizure?
Seizure, that's the word. It looks like he's enduring some kind of seizure after being shocked. Rob, you wanted to take an action after this?
Yeah, I think I want to drive the nail in a different place than where it was driven through me. Like, maybe through, like, the sternum or heart area.
Okay.
Stick it directly into his butt.
Rob, you do not need to make a dice roll for this. What you do actually will succeed. And you will drive this nail directly into the character, causing them to lose a majority of their Wraith powers. Any attempt to use their Arcanos might result in a very high difficulty that some may not want to try. Jay, I'm activating the Heretic Forged Saber now that it is in your possession. It is obviously covered in ice right now, but you can still pick it up. It is very heavy. So,
Yeah.
what we have right now is a character who is currently enduring a seizure from being stunned, and he also has a nail driven into his body, which appears to be affecting him as well. What are we going to do at this point in time?
Do
Can
we...
Oh,
Sorry, go
Oh.
ahead.
Yeah,
I already took an action, so you go ahead.
just to be on the safe side, could I use my sword to freeze his hands to the floorboards, just so we can make sure he doesn't try to pull the nail out?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. As you are kind of moving your blade against his wrists, they will start to bind and create what appears to be cuffs or links that kind of attach both of his hands together. When you do this, Nicole, I need you to give me a perception and awareness roll. Perception and awareness when you do this.
I like how we're all just like, haha, let's cause a whole lot of damage because we hate you now.
Difficulty.
Standard 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 successes.
Okay. Wait, how many successes? Say that again.
6.
Okay. When you do this, you will notice that there is something that he is holding in his hand when you basically kind of entrap him. It looks like he was attempting to do something at the last second, but was not successful. And there is something that is located in his hand that he is hiding from you.
Can I take it out?
Yes. You will need to do a dice roll, though. It will be your dexterity and athletics to take this from him.
Okay. Can I point it out and maybe get assistance?
That sounds like a
another
good idea, so that you can have a better chance. Maybe the other characters are holding him down or, preventing his shaking to interfere with you. So if anyone... Okay. Sounds like Rob is assisting you.
Okay. Dexterity and athletics.
It's funny, Josie's like, finally, I get to do what I've always wanted to the real Oliver. And Oliver's like, what? No.
Nicole.
If it's a standard 6, I have 3 successes.
All right. You are able to pry Oliver Berg's fingers open, and you will collect from him what appears to be a small glass vial with a very bizarre-looking insect on the inside of it.
Oh, snap. Okay.
And I'm going to be revealing that insect on Roll20 for everybody to see.
Oh, that's gross.
Is that a centipede?
It doesn't appear to be.
Millipede.
It doesn't appear to be any insect that anyone's familiar with, but it is rolled up. You can see its mandibles and jaw start to tingle and move as Arwen picks up the vial, as if excited to do something.
Is it trapped in the vial?
It is trapped in the vial.
And the lid is sealed.
Correct.
Okay, good.
We should probably show Junko, since she's right there and, should see these things.
Yeah.
Is she doing
yeah.
better? Is she doing okay now?
She's collecting herself at this point in time, but she is coherent and is watching.
I will bring the vial over to her.
She looks at it and says, "What is that?"
Well, fake Oliver was holding it, and honestly, if I'm thinking about it, the Tea Master had mentioned. Was it the Tea Master who mentioned it? About seeing, we found an empty vial in that kitchen area at the tea house. I'm wondering if this is the same thing, but now we actually have what was in the vial.
What are you saying that this thing does?
I have no idea, but we can figure it out.
Well, this is very good evidence that we've collected. What do we want to do about our friend here? The one who took a swing at me.
I think it would be best if we left that fellow to Benimaru, seeing as this is his domain, and he seemed rather unhappy about we guests to his village making any sort of attack.
We should try to interrogate him first, because I don't think he'll survive Benimaru.
Well, maybe
there's
have
that.
Benimaru here so he can see that we captured someone and is here for the questioning.
Yeah, but okay, I will warn you that if we bring in Benimaru before we attempt, and Junko, correct me if I'm wrong, but given what little I know about Benimaru, if we bring him here before we question this guy a little, there's a chance he may act and we won't have an opportunity to question.
I absolutely agree with you.
All right, question first and then Benimaru.
That sounds absolutely good to me. I just wanted to make sure that that we did not kill him ourselves, because I think Benimaru would not take kindly to that. We'll let Benimaru do the murdering, and we can. I don't think he will mind us asking questions so long as we leave the inevitable death to him.
Okay. Oliver Berg, quote unquote, seems to be coming out of his stupor after being shocked by a prod. He's becoming coherent at this point in time. It seems like he is trying to access some of the reserves of his passions and energy, but to no avail. It's not working the same way as it used to. After looking at the circle with crazed eyes, it seems like he is whispering to himself, possibly his shadow.
What's he saying?
You're not really sure exactly. It just seems to be a pitter-patter of whispering. doesn't really seem to be a distinguishable word.
Can I twinge him?
Sure.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I only have the rough description of the ability, so you'll have to tell me what I need to roll.
Yep, I'm pulling it up right now. So, Rob, that's going to be your perception plus intimation, difficulty 7.
Uh, 4 successes.
Okay.
And a 1-1-1, but I don't think that matters.
Okay. The primary ideas that come to mind as you are using twinge is he wants to kill Junko Kirigiri.
I'll say that aloud.
Yeah.
But go on. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
He was hoping to use the insect inside the vial, and at the same time, he was also hoping to escape, which seems to be very difficult at this current moment.
So I'll say... Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. The last thing that you get out of him is a sense of intimidation. He wishes to intimidate you in your circle. That's the last piece of twinge that you get out of him.
Okay. I'll say he wanted to eliminate Junko using that insect in some way, and then he wanted to escape. So careful with that insect, particularly around Junko. And he also wants to intimidate us in some way.
Well, I will safely put the vial in my bag, so it is away from Junko.
Okay. All of you. Look at all of you. Looks at Oliver Berg specifically. Who let you out? Who set you free?
Who set me free? I got free on my own.
No, you couldn't have done that. Not after what we did to you. It was that man whore, wasn't it? That slut. I'll make sure to pay him a visit right after this.
I'm going to quash that desire.
Okay. Sounds like a good idea.
And just because, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to say, I'm sure you'd like to think I had help, but maybe you just aren't as good at what do you call it? Confining people as you think, and then I'm going to quash.
Okay. It's going to be your manipulation plus intimation.
Mm-hmm.
Difficulty is going to be a 7.
Okay. And is this a resisted ability?
I can resist this.
Did you say yes or no? Because
I cannot. No, I cannot resist this.
Okay. Can I? How much willpower do I have? Can I pop a willpower just to be on the safe side on this one?
Yeah, let me pull you up your character sheet, and I can do that for you. So you are blowing a willpower for a automatic success?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I always anytime I'm like, oh, I got tons of dice. This is a shoe-in. It's not a shoe-in.
All right, Rob. When you're ready.
Okay, rolling now.
Okay.
So 2 successes, 3 counting the willpower spent.
Okay. With 3 successes, you are able to pull away at this thought and idea. So even though the character still remembers who Imiko is, he doesn't have this sudden rage and urge to eliminate him off the face of the Shadowlands. And he looks to you and draws his attention more towards your words and what you're saying to him currently, as if it has distracted him completely from what he was initially saying earlier.
Uh-huh.
And your quash will succeed against him. And he's like, oh, wow. You think that you and your friends here are going to be able to change what is about to happen. That's rich.
And I'm going to say, do you really think you'll be able to stop us? And I'm going to give him an intimidation right back at you, buddy.
Okay.
Actually, no. I got an idea. Would it put me in an advantageous situation for an intimidation if I deep desired him to get as much as I could about what he's trying to accomplish, then fed that information back to him as intimidation?
Just the intimidation itself. What? I would just recommend the intimidation itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I might try deep desiring him at some point, though.
Certainly. Do you want to use your charisma or your manipulation in this manner?
I mean, it really doesn't matter, but I'm trying to think of how I'm doing this intimidation. I think this comes from a place of confidence that we've overcome him. So yeah, I'm going to use charisma because I think the way I'm doing it would try to project onto the group a sense that we're confident and we're succeeding.
Okay. That sounds good to me. It also, depending on what you choose, depends on the results that you get. So manipulation does give you a different result than charisma. Okay. So go ahead and roll your charisma plus your intimidation against me.
Okay.
And I'm going to raise my difficulty because of the situation that I'm in.
6, right, for me?
Yes.
Let's see, that's 4 successes with a 1, so 3 successes overall.
Okay. He does not seem to be affected by you, nor your intimidation at this point in time, and he just smiles very coyly at you as you threaten him. So, looks over to Arwen and says, "That's a nice weapon you've got there. Be a shame if someone were to take that away from you. I'll have to let them know that you have that." And he smiles at Arwen with this delightful smile, as if to kind of communicate that, "I'm so glad you showed me that, because it will be effortless for me to let my colleagues know that you have that. You don't know what that means exactly, but you do feel insecure with his words."
Arwen will put her sword away, but not like she's scared. She's just going to put it away and say, "I'm pretty sure you're not leaving this room to tell them anything anyway."
It doesn't matter what happens to me. There are many of us. You didn't really think that I was the small little pebble that was going to create the landslide that will erase Asakusa, did you? Although I got to admit, your spirit friend, Shinmon, very, very naive, that one. He looks over to Josie with this same smile and says, "You think you fooled me? I'm just getting started. And once I let my friends know what you're capable of, you think your little parlor tricks are going to do you any good against us? No, no. You're chump change." As he sneers at Josie.
I'm just raising my eyebrow, but I've been listening, but also trying to figure out if I can inflict any sort of pandemonium fun. But I'm not seeing Mouth of Madness in the core book. Was that one that I learned previously?
Great movie.
Like, Hum?
Nothing. Sorry.
What was that with my mentor that I learned that?
Yep. That's a basic ability. Yep. For it is an outside power, but yes.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that I could use that for him for, it says a wraith can manifest pandemonium arts through themselves, but I was hoping that meant I could make him not necessarily spew nonsense, but make him say many things and confuse him, or make it so that he only speaks in gibberish for a few turns, just to so that wouldn't actually be useful right now anyway. Later maybe, but I was trying to remember how Mouth of Madness works.
Yeah. Mouth of Madness seems to be something that you conjure up within yourself to scare others and frighten others. It's not necessarily something that you use against somebody. It's something that you use to make yourself seem more frightening.
Oh, okay. So I could use that to, or I could have used that to try to intensify the fear when Oliver was trying to intimidate him.
Possible. Right now he doesn't seem very intimidated by anybody. He seems kind of delighted, as if things are going to fall into place despite what you guys have done. Mm-hmm.
Well, in that case, the where is it? The weirdness. A wraith can cause a small limited effect on a lone target. Could I make him think that I am putting the bug that we have confiscated from him against his own skin?
Yeah. What power did you want to use to make this illusion?
Just the weirdness, the 1 dot pandemonium.
Yeah. Roll your charisma plus your pandemonium to make this occur.
Okay. Good. That's 70-10. What was the difficulty level?
Let me check. It is a standard 6.
Oh, well, I only got 1 success.
Okay. The moment that you are, and I don't know if you're using another object or you're using something in your hand to replicate this look and appearance of like a vial pressing against his corpus, but is there something in particular you wanted to use around you to stimulate that feeling?
If there's a rock nearby, I'll pick up the rock and put that against the skin.
When you do this, he has this very delightful look on his face as if to say, like, yes, that's exactly what you should be doing right now. Please, I welcome it. And then he snaps out of his trance and looks at the rock that is in your hand and says, oh, still full of tricks, I see. I'll have to make a note of that one, too. And blinks his eyes a few times.
I'll just look up at the rest of the circle, say, he seems to want to have the bug. He seems to want to be infected with the bug for some strange reason. Because I made him think that I was, putting the bug against his skin.
Possible he wants to be destroyed because he's a true believer in whatever cause he's working for. And I'm going to look at him as I say this and try to read his sort of responses to see if that's somewhat close to the truth.
Yeah. The impression that you get from him by doing this is that he's not afraid of you, but he is afraid of something. But he's not afraid of you.
Okay. Well, I
Well,
can't think
but-
of anything. Okay.
He's not afraid of death.
Right. Oh, that's
No,
somewhat
I'm asking
inconvenient.
Myles that.
Oh, gotcha.
Because I want to be sure that is the case.
If he is afraid of being destroyed, he is not afraid of being destroyed by you, nor anyone in your circle. But he is afraid of being destroyed.
Is that because he thinks we can't destroy him?
There's a little bit of confidence that
With my own,
he holds on to. If anything, he probably believes that if you were to destroy him, it would make things worse for your circle.
would my survival tell me anything about his wish to survive? Like, does he seem like he wants to survive, or does he just want to cause chaos?
Your survival tells you that he wants to stir up as much chaos as he can in order to cause your circle to dispatch him as soon as possible. But at the same time, he's pretty confident that he has a strong finger on top of your circle and has a pretty good impression of everybody. So he's not really giving anything that could be helpful towards you and your circle. Even though you guys are garnering information from him, he believes that he knows more than you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh.
Since he has the nail in him, his senses are muted.
Correct.
Does that mean if we back away a bit and talk quietly, we can converse amongst each other as a group to come up with a strategy without him overhearing?
Yes, you can. I'll try to shout as much as I can when you do this.
That's fine. Because we have Wraith hearing, so we can probably discern the various sounds out anyway. I'm
That's
gonna
really true.
motion to Josie and start talking quietly where the fake Oliver can't hear us.
Is this a good or bad time to ask if I can roll for the empathy of relying on someone and being relied upon, since we worked as a group to subdue this motherfucker?
Let me check that.
Because, you know, I use some pathos and it would be a good idea to get some back when I can.
Yeah. So this is your empathy. You can roll 3d10 at this point in time. Difficulty 6.
Ooh. Well, I got at least one. Yeah, just one. So I get one whole pathos back. Yay!
Yeah. You'll gain a pathos back for that
Hey,
thought.
Myles.
Yes.
Can I, because I actually need pathos too, but I'm going to do it a different way. Can I use my usury to just steal pathos from fake Oliver?
I was thinking of that. I was thinking of that.
I believe you can. Yes. Let me pull that up right now.
Dang, that's... I
I mean,
like
he's not going to need it, right?
that. Well, I guess he
No.
won't after a while. Actually, I probably should have used Victorious to survive another day, but oh well.
Yeah.
Although maybe I could do both, I don't know. Probably not.
All right. So Nicole, that's going to be your manipulation plus usury. Difficulty 7.
Okay. If I can get anything. Okay, I got 4 successes.
Okay.
Nice.
Arwen, you will get your pathos back, but by using this power, you will also gain 1 temporary angst.
I understand, and I'm okay with that.
All
I'm
right.
full on pathos again.
Yes, you are full on pathos, and you have stolen from this character just lying on the floor.
Can I blindfold him so he can't read our lips when we're talking?
If that's what you want to do.
Well, that's what they did when they captured me.
Yes.
I think I want to cover his eyes and blindfold him now.
Okay.
Is he blindfolded?
He is now blindfolded.
Okay, I'm just out of character. Hey, let's all moliate ourselves to look like Oliver. No. And then take the blindfold off and be like, ha! No. So we need to think of a good approach. An idea I have, I'll say quietly to the group now that he's blindfolded, is if I was to perhaps use one of my abilities to grant him a strong desire to live and survive as a means to gain a hook over him. He fears something, but it's not us. I don't know if he's confident we won't try to kill him, or if he's not afraid of dying at all. But there is something he's afraid of. We can either get at that, or I can maybe try to instill a strong desire to survive for him so that we can use that to say, I want to get out of here alive, so I'll tell you what you need to know. But that's just kind of a couple ideas I have. Are there any approaches, I mean, with the abilities you have or your capabilities that you think might be a better approach to get information out of him?
Well, if I know exactly how to phrase it, I can see a specific memory. So, like, if we wanted to ask him, like, who were you talking, like, explain to, not what, I'm trying to figure out how to use this ability. Like, show me when you were planning to, like, capture Oliver. Then maybe we can learn more about the whole situation, because I'll be able to see, like, that whole conversation he had with whatever people or race he was with.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that I can do.
That's a good idea, too. Show me what happened when you captured Oliver.
Or maybe if he knows exactly, like, who created the bug, who gave it to him, we can ask him to show us that. You know, just anything in his head. As long as we phrase it correctly, I may be able to see it.
We would, I mean, if we show him when we had that might be the most tangible memory we can think of. Show me what happened when you captured Oliver. But the risk there is, what if he wasn't one of the people in the room when that happened and he just happens to work with them?
That's the thing. So we kind of have to talk to him first to see if he mentions that he was even in the room. Then we know for sure, and then I can ask him to show me.
Okay. And then also just something to consider, if is a memory that we might get to, is show me what happened when you were made to look like Oliver. Then we would know maybe who did it, and and other people that were involved.
That's true too.
That's if the show me what happened when you're in the room falls through. Then at least we have a backup idea of what we might want to ask. So I guess we do need to somehow prove whether or not he was in the room. Hold on a sec. I'm trying to type notes and talk at the same time. So we'll need to find a way to confirm whether or not he was in the room. And I guess the question is, I mean, I don't know if I can directly target that through my ability. They have more to do with controlling desires. I'm wondering, I know, Josie, you can somewhat alter minds. Do you have anything that would be able to trick him into revealing that information, or tap into his mind and pull that from it?
That was actually a question I was about to have for Myles, because I'm not seeing anything that would let me find out what he's afraid of, because everything looks like it's a matter of I have to choose what I am showing to them rather than I want to inflict an emotion and find out what they're reacting to.
That is accurate. Knowledge before using your powers against somebody is a very delicate thing. So knowing what they are afraid of would make your powers a little bit more effective. As opposed to saying, like, well, maybe he's scared of spiders, and you do spiders, and he's like, ooh, I love spiders.
Right. So that's pretty much what I thought it was I won't have the ability to be like, you are afraid, and then find out what they're seeing.
Yeah. By the way, while you guys are having this small commune with each other, Oliver Berg, who is bound and lying on the floor, will start to cackle to himself and say, they're on their way. So glad you made this easy for all of us. I guess I'll just wait this out and let you and your friends get absolutely maimed because of your own inactivity. How fitting.
Are we all agreed we should ask Junko to see if she can get Benimaru to come here now?
I agree. I agree on that one. While we continue interrogating, maybe she's on her way to do that.
I can do that.
Yeah, how long will we have if you're going to get Benimaru?
Probably 5 minutes.
Is that enough, guys?
We'll have to make it happen. I
Yeah.
have to make it work.
Okay.
I'll be holding the sword.
Okay, I know what I want to do. I want to say something along the lines of, like I want to say I want to say to the captured Oliver something along the lines of, well, it must be interesting to be seeing things from a different seeing a similar situation from a different perspective. I want to feed him information like to hint at when I was captured, to sort of get some form of recognition or something out of him to figure out if he was in the room. Does that make sense?
It does.
So I want to say something like, well, it must be interesting to be seeing things from another perspective. And then I will... Is that like a manipulation type of role?
It is. And is there a specific type of ability that you're matching your manipulation with?
Let me see. I feel like if I'm reading him,
Mhm.
it would be a manipulation and empathy.
Okay. I can allow that.
Okay.
And go ahead and roll those dice. Difficulty 6.
I'm gonna need to dig deep on this one. Is anyone willing to assist? Mr. In my head?
Well, you know, you've come this far. You finally have been able to find the perpetrator. It would beg to reason that you would want to dive a little deeper. So yeah. I'm in on this. I can support the cause, as it were. So, let's go 5.
Okay, so when he says 5, you had mentioned that even if you, as a shadow, you're willing to give enough dice to gain enough angst to roll over, you would have to warn someone, right? You know what I mean?
I do.
So there's no possibility that within 5 angst I could roll over to a permanent angst. Otherwise, the shadow would let me know.
That is correct.
Okay, then I will accept those 5 dice.
Very brave of you. Attaboy.
Difficulty 6?
Yes.
Seven successes, not a single one.
Holy shit. Your 7 defeats my 6.
Damn.
So, when you say this to him, he'll look back at you with kind of like a crack and defeated look in his eyes, as if he's kind of like lost the momentum that he had earlier, and he'll say, well, you wouldn't know. You were strapped down and nailed in place. What does it matter to you anyway?
I'm sorry. What was that last sentence you said?
What does it matter anyway?
And then I'm just gonna kind of, look over to Arwen, kind of, and slightly smirk. Because that is, I'm assuming, since I rolled so successfully, that's the confirmation we needed. He was in the room.
Yes.
All right. Then Arwen will reach down, I guess, touch his ankle or something, and use In Memoriam and say, show me when you captured Oliver.
Hey.
Our Oliver. Real Oliver. Just make sure I get specific there.
Okay. I need you to roll your perception plus Mnemosis. Difficulty 7. And it looks like it's going to cost you 1 willpower to use this ability.
On temporary, correct?
Yes, temporary.
Okay.
Oh my god, if it cost a permanent, that would be a fucking tense ability.
1, 2, 10. Difficulty 7. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay. You said 4?
Oh, 3 minus 1. So 3 successes.
3 successes. Okay. I'm going to give you some very vital information. So for one of your successes, you will clearly see, and this will just be for you, Nicole. So I'm going to try to make these images appear in front of you instead of anybody else. Hopefully I can succeed. Hopefully I can succeed at that. So
if she reveals it to the group, does those images then get revealed to all of us?
Nicole, do you have a notebook nearby?
I do.
So here's how this is going to work. Because of the number of successes that you have, the images that are going to appear in front of you will only be in front of you for a small amount of time, and I will allow you to write down what you see. And then when the allotted time has finished, that will be lost.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay?
This is fun. All right.
Okay, good. Give me 1 second. As I... do you remember what Emiko looks like,
Yes.
Nicole? So one of your successes will reveal Emiko. And he is looking very nervous, very apprehensive, as if he doesn't want to do this. While Oliver Berg is being chained and has had a spike driven into him, and his eyes have been blindfolded. He looks very nervous about this.
Okay.
Next image that you will see, I will be revealing just to you. Hopefully it'll appear in your images. If not, then I will guide you towards it.
Okay.
All right. Nicole, has anything appeared on the screen for you?
No.
Okay. Here's what I need you to do.
Okay.
I need you to go to the file that says second season.
Okay, second season. Give me 1 second.
I need you to click on Asakusa next.
Okay.
Then I need you to click on Asa.
Okay.
Lower dash Pagoda.
Lower dash pagoda. Okay.
Do you see an image there? that is
I just
available.
clicked it.
Okay. Feel free to write down as much as you can from the image that is in front of you. Okay.
Okay, and then close it.
Close it, please.
All right.
And then I'm going to show one more image for you. And it'll be in the same folder that you just opened up.
Oh, then you go there. Oh, okay.
Okay?
Got it.
It just appeared just now.
Yes.
Okay? Go ahead and open that and write down as many details as you can.
Oh man, this one's hard.
You're just showing her a bunch of Rorschach tests.
Maybe.
We'll know when she comes back with butterfly. Butterfly. Butterfly.
Insect. Insect? All right, Nicole, close out on that one too.
All right. Closed.
So, in that memory that you were able to tap into, the I will go by the first one that you saw is clearly male, and the second one that you saw was clearly female. So, if that works for you, Nicole, the
That does
male.
help.
Okay, the male will look to the female and say, "Oh yes, this will do actually really, really well. I definitely approve. Do you have someone in mind for this?" And the female will look to him and say, "I have just the perfect subject that can take on this responsibility. And with a little bit of effort, I think we can have a picture perfect looking replica before we know it." The male will look to her and kind of wave his hand a few times and say, "Yes, yes, yes. Of course, of course. Get the whatever details you need. If it's pathos you need, then pathos you will get. Just make sure that he's ready before the big orchestration begins. Any diversion is a good diversion. Anyway, I have more important things to attend to." Looks over at Oliver Berg, still strapped down on the bed. "Don't forget to take his sword. He won't be needing that." And that individual, the male, will leave. The female will grin very, very politely towards him. And she will remove the heretic saber from Oliver Berg's side and acquire it away from him as he is still lying on the bed, chained down, and struck with a nail, blindfolded. Iniko looks very, very saddened by this exchange, and she will look to him and move her fingers over his lips before he can say anything and say, "Shh, shh, 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 shh. No, 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 no. We'll have none of that. You've done well, and you will be paid well for all of this. You look like you could use a ride back to Ikebukuro. We'll make this happen. Very soon. It's best you leave And she will suddenly change her demeanor into that of something more voracious and beautiful. Emiko will look to her without saying a word, look back to Oliver Berg one last second with caution in his eyes, and he will depart from the hotel, thus ending the memory. Arwen will loosen her grip upon the quote-unquote Oliver Berg's ankle, and this is what you will experience.
Okay. When she gets out of it, she'll look at fake Oliver and say, any diversion is a good diversion, huh?
Oh, you are good. You are good. Let me guess, you're the Mnemos of the circle? That's good to know. I'll make sure to communicate that as well. And you'll see Oliver Berg's eyes flicker a few times, as if every single power and every single trick and every single arcanos that your circle uses against them, they're making a mental note and communicating it somehow to something larger.
Even through the nail?
Yeah, I was going to say, even through the nail?
Even through the nail.
Well,
They're using a power that may not be Wraith based.
Well, Arwen will look at the circle, and I mean,
Talk about this quietly.
I guess like to save time, can she like reiterate the conversation that she heard? Was that a yes or no? I didn't hear.
Oh, that was a yes.
Oh, okay.
I want to look. Well, since I assume that memory will mention Iniko's involvement.
Yes. I mentioned Emiko, and then I also describe the male, which the male had red hair, like a red shirt. It looked like it was like big ears on his head. I don't know if they were actual ears, and then kind of like antler looking horns also on top of his head. And then he had glasses that looked red. And then the female has like an intricate mask. Honestly, that one was really hard for me to write down description for. Because it's like an intricate mask that could maybe be like animal faces, but maybe not. I don't know. That one was really hard. But there was like swirls and maybe like a bug on the hand. And then it looked like there was like fire around her neck when she was like holding her hands against her neck. I don't know if it was fire or if it's, I don't know. But it looked like there was kind of like just a red glow around her neck as she puts her hands around her neck. So those were the two images that I saw for the characters.
As soon as Arwen says this out loud, the entire circle will hear a very familiar sounding bell being rung outside of the inn and bathhouse.
Can I say something quick before anyone enters the room?
Yes. You have 5 minutes.
I'm going to say quietly to the group, write this story. Please don't try not to mention, and I'm saying this too quietly for fake Oliver to hear as well. Try not to mention Iniko's involvement because some people here might not care about the nuance of it and would immediately seek revenge. And I'll see what the group thinks about that.
Can't unsay something you've said, so I'm okay with this until it becomes a problem.
Arwen is a little confused, but will be quiet.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm referring to Benimaru.
You guys have 3 minutes before Benimaru appears.
Should we send out a wait, you said the bell. Was this the ring the bell to get the ferryman, or was this ring the bell because somebody caught on fire again?
I think it's the bell for Benimaru, just him in general.
Nicole is correct.
Ah, gotcha. I can remember.
Well, I mean, most likely this guy isn't leaving this room after this. Is there anything else we want to do to this guy?
I kind of want to shock him again, but I'll wait till everybody is done talking to him before I shock him, just because, he annoys me, and I'm mad at him for hurting me. You cut out. I don't know what you said.
All I said was, I was just thinking... I mean, unless we think we can find out who he's communicating with somehow.
My guess is probably the female or the male that I was in that conversation, because I'm assuming they probably all have some weird connection to him as well.
Can you share visual
Aspects of the memory
memories with people through your powers, like say with Junko, to see if she recognizes those people you mentioned?
I can. It will cost me some pathos, but I can, and a willpower, but I can do it.
Well, that's just a thought of something. If we want to try to identify as people, we don't have to do that. That's just an idea. I can't think of anything specific in the next 3 minutes of what we might be able to get out of him. So unless anyone else has any other questions.
Has anybody... Did I forget, or has anybody actually asked him point blank what he hopes to accomplish?
No, that might be a good idea.
Go for it.
What-
And if he doesn't
what-
answer, shock him.
What do you hope to accomplish anyway?
He's absolutely silent. Just has a big smile on his face.
Is there anything you want us to know aside from, you're screwing with us and you think we're all going to die?
You're dead.
Well, yes. Yes, we are.
Oh, original.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do another empathy reading on him, Myles.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, is Jockalypse going to kill us? To see if he recognizes that and is associated with that name.
Yeah. You don't need to roll for this. He looks confused when you say this name. As if he doesn't recognize it.
So he's either a very, very good actor or he doesn't know that name.
What, we have 2 groups now? It's 2 separate groups that we have to deal with?
Well, either that or he's not high up enough to know what is specifically going on.
I so want to just bend down and be like, do you know the Muffin Man? But this is no time for comedy. But I will bend down.
Well, then shock away.
I will, however, bend down and ask him, so, have you met Peter?
Again, just grins with a
Have you
smile
met-
on his overconfident face.
Have you met Benimaru?
You're about to.
As soon as Josie says that, there's a voice by the door who says, "Yes, I was actually wondering the same thing. Have you met Shinmon Benimaru?"
I will turn around and look to see who it is.
It is
I will move out of the way.
It is Shinmon Benimaru.
Hooray! And then I will back away and say, all yours, friend. Actually, I'm going to be like, do you mind if I... No, I'm just going to back away and say, all yours. Because he's already there. Despite the fact that I really want to shock him again.
Looks down on him. It says, "Trying to destroy my town, are we? Probably not the best decision for you. Is this some kind of plot or ploy? You've got some friends in higher places who are hoping to take a piece out of this land?" And Oliver Burke will look up at Benimaru with a big grin on his face, overconfident as always, and say, "Ha! Oh, to be graced by the god of destruction himself. Must have been very difficult for you, wandering away after the bombing." And remarkably, Benimaru will squint his eyes at this remark. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more? I'm not too sure. And the Oliver Berg will look up and say, "Hiroshima. Nagasaki. No? Doesn't sound familiar to you, O God of destruction? You treat me like a foreigner outside of your little playground here. But what your little friends here, your little playmates, don't realize is that you are an outsider just as..." And the moment that he is about to finish his sentence, Benimaru will strike his hand straight through Oliver Berg's face and incinerate him from within, causing him to become ashes and tinder upon the spot. Benimaru will relinquish his hand from the filth and look back to the group and say, "Well, that was a waste of time. Anything else?"
Maybe next time you can let me shock him just to get a little... Just kidding. That was not actually in character.
I hope our good relations have been restored with this.
What do you mean?
Oh, show him the bug.
Arwen will take the vial out of her bag and say he was holding this, which looks like a similar vial that was in the tea house.
Okay. I don't know what this is. What are you showing me?
My guess is he used this bug, or whatever group that he's in, is using this bug to turn wraiths into, what is it, specters?
Yeah.
Which one of us has the empty vial from the tea house?
It's not me, I didn't go in the room.
I don't have anything in my inventory, so it's pretty easy for me to answer that question.
You know, I thought I had it, but
it must have been Alex.
I thought it was me, but I don't see it in my inventory. Unless I'm just reading it again just to be sure. No, I don't see it in my inventory. Did we give it to Benimaru?
Did we actually pick it up, or we just saw it? I thought we picked it up.
You did.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Oh, hey. 2 questions for Myles.
Yeah.
Number 1, I noticed Iniko hasn't been added in my inventory under contacts. So when you get a chance.
Yeah.
And number 2, fuck, I completely blanked. Oh, can I pick up and take the sword back?
It is currently covered in layers of ice and snow and is in the possession of Josie.
Okay, well then I won't ask yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I picked it up because I wasn't 100% sure which one was which in character, so I was like, better for me to have it than, yeah, anyway. But
Benimata looks to the group and says, so, a bunch of murderers and cowards then. I think I can deal with this.
do you happen to know what's going on? Or what he's talking about?
Nope, I don't have the slightest, and I don't care. But what I can do is I can at least help you and your circle out if we're going to be dealing with this together. Because I have a feeling that things are going to get a little bit more brash from this point onward.
You did mention that they were on their way. So I'm assuming there's more coming.
And
I anticipated as much.
you say you don't care, but if we're right, the same person or same group that had the bug here was the same person that caused damage on purpose to the tea house. Does that not make you care more, or you just don't care about the group itself?
I don't care who they are. They're about to be completely immolated by the time I'm done with them.
Fair. It would just be a lot easier to track them down if we knew more about them.
Oh, I'm going to find out everything that I need to know about them very soon. But before we get there, I want to commend you and your circle for discovering this information for me. For protecting Junko Kirigi as a close friend and also ally to this very land. Doing so has proven to me that you are who you say you are. So, let us work together from this point onward and strike fear in the hearts of our enemies. I will be spending 1 gnosis, and everyone will gain 1 willpower back.
Yay!
Yay!
Give me 1 second to make that happen for everyone's character sheets.
I do have a question. For
Yes, what's your question?
For
Oh,
Benny.
okay. Sure, what's your question while he's doing this?
Well, I seem to have acquired a bit of damage from fake Oliver. Is there someone near here you would recommend that I could request to perhaps be recovered?
I can see what I can do about that in due time.
Okay. It's no rush, but it's best to know where I can go to get healing before I desperately need it.
I might be able to help you in ways that are more closer to your own understanding,
I see.
to put it that way. Okay. So everyone has gained a willpower back at this point. And then next I will be using secondary power.
While you were doing that, I just wanted to make a quick correction to my description of that female. I said intricate mask, and I meant intricate headpiece.
Okay.
So if you have any notes and you wrote mask, change that to headpiece.
So noted. But shh.
All right. Huh. See if I can find this power for. Let's see here. Interesting. For some reason, I'm looking at my powers, and I'm trying to see. Okay. Huh. Yeah, for some reason, I guess I didn't take that power. Or I'll at least find it later on. I was hoping to give you guys some pathos back. But apparently I don't have that power. Until I find it later, of course. But, one thing I can do for you...
So you think there's a power that can do that, but you don't know, sis? I think I see the willpower disappear on my sheet after saying that.
Precisely. Let's see here. Okay. I will be using a power called Solidify Reality. And let's see what I can do for the group as a whole. That's my willpower, which is really, really good right now. And I will be attempting to basically mass heal everybody.
Ooh,
Nice.
that's my favorite.
Yep. And
If it makes it easier to not include me because I am at full health, by all means.
okay. So, in this moment, everyone will get a sense from Benimaru as he is kind of almost changing the fabric of reality and existence around you. You can start to feel your corpus start to mend itself back together again. And it begins to heal and reforge itself back together. Rob, you will actually heal your aggravated damage that you have taken at this point in time as well. So all superficial damage has been healed, and Rob, your aggravated damage will also be healed at this point.
Yay!
So after that, Benimaru will look to the group and say, well, I guess it's time to begin. I will start to investigate Asakusa itself and look for this supposed group that is coming for us. I suggest that you do the same. If there are any details or information that you can give me that can help me with my investigation, now would probably be the best time for that.
Arwen will describe the two individuals she saw in the memory.
Okay. I have no idea who those people are, but I will keep them in mind as I explore the town. Yeah. Anybody else?
I don't have any new information. He seemed relatively useless, and aside from, well, it may be worth noting that when I made him think that I was putting the bug against him, he seemed excited, like he was excited to, well, I'm not sure why he was excited, but perhaps he wanted to cause more chaos in the town. So I would beware for more chaos. It seems like he's perhaps keep a lookout for the true cause rather than just seeing all the chaos.
Yeah. Well, I have a pretty easy solution for that. He will hold the vial in front of himself, and the creature will ignite on fire, and you'll hear a squelching screech from the vial itself as it implodes on itself, and all of its remains begin to burn as well inside the vial.
I have something I'd like to share.
Please do.
When we revealed the that person or thing for what they really were, their initial instinct, besides attack Josie for revealing him, was to instinct or desire was to go for Junko. So I think there's a chance that they may try to target her, or she could be a big part of stopping or hindering their plan. So be extra protective of Junko to make sure, in case they decide to come after her, as she would be an easier target than yourself.
Okay. Junko seems to be making her way back to the room to check in on everyone. And she hears this as Oliver is saying it. Benimaru will look over to her and say, like, "You hear that, Kitty Kitty? They're saying that you need to be careful of yourself and make sure that nothing bad happens to you." Kitty Kitty will grin at Benimaru and give him the finger.
Can I read what that context of that whole interaction was? Hello?
Yeah, I said yes, you may.
Oh, okay. Just is that what an empathy and charisma or something?
Perception.
Oh, right, perception.
You may have said yes, but of course the internet decided not to share that information.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure I didn't. I guess I could have made it an etiquette roll too, but not gonna matter. 5 successes. I'm trying to figure out, is that a joking thing? Did I potentially bring up a delicate situation, or was this just a joke between two people who know each other well?
It's a joke between two people who know each other really well.
Okay, good. I didn't commit a faux pas or something.
Yeah. So, with this in mind, I'm just making sure that I've given you everything that I need to give you before we begin. And I think I have. So, Benimaru will look to the group and say, if there is any discoveries that you make, remember that ringing the bell in that particular domain will help summon me to your location immediately. So if you discover anything, please make sure to let me know so that I can set it on fire as soon as possible. In the meantime, I'm going to be doing a little bit of investigation of my own. But thank you for this, and I hope that I have helped bring everybody back together as much as I am capable of doing.
Thank you.
And with that, Benimaru will start to glow and light up with a very strong aura, and he will start to dissipate and disappear in front of Circle. At this point in time, Junko will look to the Circle and say, well, where to?
Sorry, I'm thinking back to where we were. I mean, where I remember we were prioritizing sites last session as to where we would go. I know Josie wanted to go somewhere. Was it the pagoda? Wait. Did we hear? Or no, never mind. Sorry.
Right now we are at the inn/bathhouse, right?
Yes.
All right. And sorry, I've pulled up the map from last time, and we've already been to the geisha house because that's where Benimaru originally was, and Junko was.
By the way, Junko will look to Josie and say, "By the way, I saw that that nasty scar that you gave Benimaru.
Oh,
Got a pretty good swing on you."
thank you.
Yeah.
I hope he appreciates that as not. I hope he does not hold that against me, rather.
I think it's more of a sign of respect that he hasn't called you out on anything like that.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Do you?
By the way, did I miss anything while what was formerly Oliver Berg and Shinmon were speaking?
Did you hear the memory that our friend Arwen pulled
Before
from
that,
him? Good.
Before that, there is one important thing she missed.
Go right ahead.
The fake Oliver was beginning to bring up something about foreigners, and then something about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and I think I have an idea of what he might be referring to there, but before he could finish what he was saying, Benimaru immediately incinerated him.
What do you think he was referring to, Oliver?
Well, from what I know of history, this country was, during World War II, attacked in both Hiroshima and Nagasaki by atomic weapons.
Okay.
I don't know how that relates to Benimaru, other than it being a destructive act that might fall under the purveyance of his god status, but that's something that I'm not familiar about how gods of destruction and acts of destruction relate, or if they do at all. So anything I have about that situation is mere speculation about whether or not it offended Benimaru, or if it even did at all. But seeing as you have a closer relationship with Benimaru, I thought I would bring up to you that that was in fact brought up by the fake Oliver, and Benimaru did in fact quickly destroy him.
Well, Junko will nod her head a couple times. He wasn't entirely wrong. Something I should probably clarify for you and your friends. Benimaru is not a god. It is what people call him, but it is incorrect. Benimaru is a spirit of destruction that came wandering in to Asakusa a very long time ago when he was lost and had nowhere to belong. He was stranded here, left here, after the wake of, well, what you've just mentioned. I thought it best if he was given a home that can embrace that internal peace, that tranquility that he probably deserves after a rough start, a rough history. So keep that in mind as you interact with him. He is not a god, and probably would prefer not to be referred to as such.
Okay.
But he is a spirit.
Good to know. And Josie, I'm sorry I interrupted you. You were also going to bring up something else before.
Or not.
You're on mute if you were talking.
I lost my train of thought. Can somebody rewind to the last 5 seconds to start that memory?
Oh, were we going to discuss the
The memory that I
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
and explain. Okay, so once again, Arwen just reiterates the memory that she saw, and then describes the two individuals, not including Emiko, to Junko.
Okay. And she will look to you and say, I'm not familiar with those types of people. They definitely sound like the types of people who would have subordinates underneath them to do all the dirty work. You had mentioned too long ago, what was that name? Jocalypse?
Yes.
Something has made me very curious about that individual. You said he is the Arterius of Frost. Is that what he called himself?
Believe so.
Yes.
Can I make an intelligence roll?
You may.
Because I feel like you would be devious enough to give us the wrong name as your NPC misremembering it, and then we would agree.
No, that's right.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jocalypse
Well,
the Arterius of Frost.
okay. Never mind then. No intelligence roll needed.
All right. So she'll look to you and say, there's something that kind of jumped out at me when you mentioned this. So, Arterius, referring to the artery of the human heart. How many arteries are in a heart?
Just one, right? The aorta? And the other one's a vein leaving the heart.
Is it?
She kind of narrows her eye at Oliver when he says this. Not necessarily.
Okay, I could be wrong. I don't have a lot of anatomy skills.
Could I make an intelligence roll for that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can
Yeah.
we roll to figure it out?
Jay, you can roll your intelligence and science if you want to.
Ooh, science. Oh, I do have 1 dot science. And I have 4 in intelligence. 5d10. What was the difficulty level?
6.
Yeah, well, I got no successes. Didn't
All
much
right.
because I had 1-7 and 1-6 or 1-1, but man.
Certainly. Yeah. You just kind of draw up a blank when you're thinking about this. Nicole, if you have science, you can roll with your intelligence, or you can just
I
roll
don't.
straight up intelligence.
Okay, just straight up intelligence, because I don't have science.
That's okay. Maybe something from school that you remember.
If you want
wait.
some... Oh,
Oh,
too late.
hold on. I can explode that 10. No. Okay, 1 success.
Okay. With 1 success, you are able to tell that the human heart has more than 1 artery.
Ah, man.
And that Oliver Berg is an idiot when it comes to anatomy. As is the player that is playing him.
I mean, I'm throwing out a number. I don't think it's right. But my brain keeps saying 8, but I don't think that's right.
So,
But anyway, Arwen will say it definitely has more than 1 artery. I just don't know how many.
that's okay. Junko will look and say, the point I was trying to make is that there's probably more than 1 Arterius of Frost that exists out there in the Shadowlands that is trying to ruin things across the globe. In order,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
You make an interesting point because I brought up Jocalypse to get a response out of the fake Oliver, and he showed no recognition whatsoever. In fact, he seemed confused. Is it possible then maybe that he's working for a different Arterius
That is highly possible, actually. So it'll be important for your circle to discover who this new Arterius is that has decided to make landing in Asakusa. Where do we start?
I did want to
Well-
check out the pagoda, but does anybody else have any preference?
Oh, that sounds
I mean,
good.
we should definitely go there. Especially if we found one guy with a bug. There's probably other ones around here. So maybe let's look out for more vials with bugs in them.
And you said that these bugs create Jingoku?
Yes.
Hey, Junko, I can change the weather a bit with my skills. Do you think that Benimaru would see a flash of lightning out of nowhere as a sign to come and investigate?
Maybe if you had communicated that to him earlier, he probably would have looked for something like that. But in the meantime, the bell is the best way of summoning him.
That's fair. I might try it in worst case scenario anyway, just to see if it sparks his interest, but if we see him again before I need it, I will mention that in passing.
Just put up a bat signal and he'll be like, what the fuck is that? And show up just out of curiosity.
He
So
just
it's
put
on-
his name in like lightning or something. Benimaru in the sky.
Come here.
mean,
and he's
I
like,
can-
oh, that's a weird coincidence. I'm not going to investigate that.
I mean, I can write with my corpus, but I'd really rather not, and I don't know that it works from so far away.
So it sounds like we're making our way to the pagoda. It sounds like we're making our way to the pagoda.
Correct.
That was a
Yes.
that's what I was hoping for, unless somebody else had an idea. Any other ideas?
Sounds like a negative.
Is it just us here?
Uh, Junko is going to join you too.
Oh, okay.
I just need to bring her NPC with you at this point in time. Give me 1 second to throw her with you guys, and then also give you just a brief outlay of what you were experiencing by coming to the pagoda. All right. So, on the outside, this pagoda is right now covered in snow. It is, you can see the strong, wintry winds blowing against all of the lanterns that are decorated on the outside of it. There isn't too much attention around this pagoda right now because of the Labor Day festival, that is currently taking place, and not many people are gathered outside of the pagoda for any real spiritual or religious purpose or need. They're more interested in going to the central part of Asakusa to enjoy the festivities. So, the pagoda is remarkably, both in the living and the dead, the Shadowlands and the Skinlands, very empty. There are no people coming here to pray or handle donations to any of the nearby shrines. They are not charms that would be maybe mounted along some of these buildings that are to the left and right. They're actually quite empty and deserted. So you've come to a very, very quiet and empty place. The only thing that is very, very distinguishable for the circle are the lanterns that have been lit and seem to give off a very eerie glow about them on the outside of the pagoda. So Junko will look to the circle and say, well, Are we going inside, or do we have some kind of plan or strategy?
But before we do that, question for you, Myles, as the GM.
Yes.
This is the first time I've seen a pagoda. Can I roll passions, anticipation, something new to experience? Because I don't think I've been to a pagoda before.
Yeah, let me check your character sheet.
It's like a really intense gazebo. No.
I mean, I only have like half my pathos, so I'm looking for excuses to roll for pathos.
Of course. Let me check.
Because somebody dared Alex to drink the pathos wine.
Roll 2d10 for me.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Hooray! I got 1.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
All right, so I'm. If I look inside, am I able to see inside these 2 outbuildings? Like, are they wells or something?
They appear to be buildings where a lot of maybe writings, ancient writings, and ritual tools, incense, candles, as I mentioned earlier, charms, donation boxes. So they're like miniature shrines for people who want to come and pray outside of the pagoda itself.
Okay, so they're more like open air and not. I have to go inside to check it out.
Yeah, there's nothing of importance on the inside of them.
Okay, well, I'm definitely going to just kind of look around and check it out because this is new, this is interesting. I'm checking it out, and I'm just like, I'll just look at it as like, I've never been to a shrine before, so I was.
You did that on purpose.
What's that?
Whatever's playing in the background, the something.
Oh, that's my cell phone.
That's his phone.
I gotcha. Anyway, yeah, I was. It's something new. It's something to experience, and may as well take a good look to get a good idea of what it looks like, and experience. And then I'll be like, all right, well, I think I've gotten all the information I can. If I look at these lamps, is there anything special about them, or just kind of ornate and pretty?
They are ornate and pretty. They appear to be lit in the Skinlands, so there's nothing for you to interact with that you wouldn't be able to pass through with your corpus. But it just seems to be lit in the Skinlands, illuminating the area around itself.
Okay.
There are, I should mention, several candles that have been lit and sticks of incense that have been also lit on the insides of these buildings too. Again, those are in the Skinlands. They aren't anything that you can interact with or touch, but they have been lit. They have been ignited by someone, probably in the Skinlands, looking to pray for an ancestor or relative.
Well, I'll just kind of sidle up to Junko and be like, by chance, does anybody ever burn paper at these shrines that makes it over here? Excuse me, I keep burping.
Nope. Can't say that they do, but if I remember correctly, if we're able to conclude this investigation that is happening currently in Asakusa, both myself and Benimaru are willing to give you paper from the other side.
Oh, excellent. I was mostly just curious if this would be a source of paper. Anyway, but yeah, let's go ahead and go inside the pagoda.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How long do we have before that festival kicks into full gear?
The festival is already kicked in at this point in time.
If their intention is to use those insects to turn people into Jigoku, would not the busy festival be a good point of attack?
You're not incorrect.
I forgot all about the festival.
the question is this: do I get the sense that we have time to do an investigation here, or before we hit the fest? Like, what is the sense of urgency we have on this attack coming that we got from our interrogation?
A sense that the timing was perfectly executed, and whatever they had intended to happen is already underway. So Junko will look to the circle and say, how about I go to the festival and try to see what's going on there?
I don't think you should go to the festival on your own, especially since we saw one try to attack you. You may be their primary target.
Well, then they're going to be very sorry when they try to fight someone like me. You guys do know that I'm the shogun of this area, right? I earned it well.
Player J is trying to remember if I knew that or not.
I'm not someone to be trifled with.
I think you knew because I think they told you. I don't think Arwen knows, but I think Josie knows from when you were in
When I was
I-
learning
I-
Japanese, would my tutor have told me the what the implications are for being a shogun?
Yeah, it's mostly along the lines of she's basically the chief or the regional ruler of this district.
Okay.
So-
Then I will say, I believe you mentioned, but I don't think I so fully and deeply understood the implication of being the shogun. And I do not mean to offend.
No, it is something that I have brought upon this entire town of Asakusa. I have brought them together, and it is my responsibility to make sure that they are kept safe under my guard. So I will travel to the heart and central area of Asakusa. I will look into the festivities that are taking place, and if I see something off, well, I can either take care of it myself, or I can summon Benimaru to help me out.
Well, as you say, the shogun of this area, and I will not question neither your judgment nor your abilities. And if we will meet, we will attempt to meet up with you when we've finished our investigation here.
That sounds fine to me. Good luck. And she will depart.
So it's just the three of us now?
Correct.
No one else around to eavesdrop?
Correct.
Okay. Well, before we continue, about Inako, since I now have you here and can speak openly, I'm sure from the memory you saw that Inako was involved in the situation.
I did. He also looked. He didn't look like he wanted to be there either. He looked nervous.
So, Inako confined and captured me in the bed. But I do not believe Inako was a willing participant in that. Inako was a victim or forced underling in that situation. I was tied to the bed. I sensed that there were three figures in the room. Obviously, I did not see them. I was blindfolded, and the nail was driven through me, and they took my weaponry. But the reason I am hesitant to name Inako guilty is that the only reason I was able to escape and get back to you is because Inako, in having second thoughts about what happened, took the risk of acting against the people that were I guess, commanding Inico to do what he did, that he was frightened by, as you saw in the memory, and unsure of. He came back, he released me, he gave me the heads up about this situation. He basically told me what was going on, and because of that, I was able to get back to you guys, and instead of running into simply a fake version of me, you ran into the real version along with the fake, which obviously potentially avoided a disastrous situation. Inico, for his part, has left the town and gone back to the bar we initially met him at. I believe I've worked out a relationship with them where I can contact them for information in the future, and a relationship of equal trust. And to that end, the reason I did not want to bring up that situation publicly is that, knowing the nature of Benimaro in this town, I highly doubt he would have cared whether Inico was a willing participant or not in that action, and would have immediately marked him for destruction. So that is the complete, honest situation that occurred, and why I did not wish to share it when we were in the company of others.
I understand.
So, to that end, sorry I didn't immediately relay to you that information, but it was difficult to find a time when we weren't around someone who might decide to relay that information back to Benimaru. So yeah, thanks, and I guess we should go ahead and investigate this pagoda as quickly as we can.
But before we go in, I also have something to double check something on. Hey, Josie, can you pull out the sword? Is it still covered in ice? Because maybe it's best that we all are armed. So if it's still in ice, can we, like, break it?
Break the ice or break the sword?
Break the ice, get it?
I guess, hey, Myles, do I know how long the ice would last anyway?
You get a sense that this is something that needs to be broken off physically. So it would take a physical action to break the ice completely off of the weapon that you had immersed.
All right. We see, like, some rocks or something. I don't know what we can use.
By the way, Rob, roll 4d10 for me.
Sure. Hold on one sec. I assume non-exploding difficulty 6.
Correct.
A 10 and a 1.
Okay.
I'm assuming
Thank you.
nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
Was I rolling for pathos?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Josie or Arwen may do a it'll be your strength plus your melee to remove the ice without breaking the weapon.
Oh, I only have 3 strength and 2 melee.
Plus melee.
I have 4 strength and 3 melee. I'll give it a shot.
Can I assist?
I have. Did you say 4 and 2?
4 and 3.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, you got a better shot at this than me, but I'll assist. Well, we'll all assist, and we're just sitting here banging on a fucking sword with ice on it.
I don't know if this is something I can assist with, but I will try if I can.
If you have melee, then you can assist.
Use pandemonium to convince the sword that it is no longer frozen.
I do in fact have 2 melee, so yeah.
Who's leading the charge?
Say that again?
Who's leading the charge? Who's removing the ice?
That will be me.
Okay. You'll get 2 bonus die as everyone kind of congregates together and works on removing the ice.
Okay, difficulty 6?
Yes.
Cool. Let's hope for the best. Oh, okay. 2 successes.
All right. It takes a little bit of time, but with 2 successes, you and your circle are able to chip away and ebb the ice that you had created around this sword, this saber, and thankfully will not cause it to break or shatter after breaking the enclosure around it. You now have yourself a intact weapon.
All right, I hand it to Oliver.
Okay.
Nice. I'm sure I'll hold on to this for about half a session.
All right.
You know, a part of me was actually thinking of exchanging swords, since apparently now they may know I have this one. But then I thought about how you keep losing your stuff, and I don't want to lose this sword. So,
You know
I'll take
what?
that one.
This is the sword that gives aggravated damage, right?
I believe so.
So,
Right?
Whose sword are we talking about?
Oliver's sword.
Oliver's sword does not cause aggravated damage. However, it cannot be melted or destroyed with fire. It is fireproof.
Oliver just gets the loner sword. It's like in what is it, the other guys, where he keeps accidentally firing his gun off, so they give him a wooden gun. They're like, now you can't hurt anyone or lose it, Oliver. Here's your kendo. Here's your kendo sword.
So it sounds like everyone is approaching the stairs of the pagoda.
Yep.
All right.
yes.
Let me reveal that for everybody.
Oh, do we have a map?
I have a map
Of the
that I saved.
pagoda? I don't think we do.
Oh,
No.
no, because it had multiple levels. We didn't buy the map. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there are people in here.
So as you can see, from the small little shrines that I have revealed now at this point, it kind of shows you what I had described to Jay as Josie earlier. But more importantly, your wraith senses kind of go about you. And as you're approaching the pagoda itself and entering its doors, there appears to be a small, we'll say, collection of people who are all together. They appear to have left their shoes over by the entrance and are kneeling in front of various small altars and collections of. They are wraiths, correct? There are no living mortals in this area.
Okay.
And there are three individuals who appear to be praying to a deity up to the north. What was your question, Jay?
No, I was just making sure that these were, in fact, wraiths and not mortals. Humans.
Mm-hmm.
Is
That was
this
all I had.
someone we recognize, or is this just like an icon you've used before?
I know what you're talking about, and it's just an icon.
Okay.
But I like where your head's at.
And I don't see
So-
Junko left.
Everyone seems to be either praying or meditating or just kind of focusing on spiritual matters inside this area. There is a strong smell of incense and candle smoke going on in this room.
Pumpkin
This-
spice.
The circle will immediately notice that there are indeed some stairs that lead to the upper parts of the pagoda itself. That'll take you to the second floor if you wish to go. But at this current moment in time, as you're approaching the door, only a handful of wraiths that are inside this first level of the pagoda have noticed your circle. As soon as you approach, they just kind of turn their heads over in your direction. And then they continue meditating and praying to themselves after they've noticed you.
I'm going to
As
take
if-
my shoes off.
Sure.
I was just gonna say, let's all take our shoes off.
I will also take my shoes off, but would my Japanese tutor have told me the proper routine or thing to do at a pagoda?
Probably
Protocol.
Yeah, probably like a small amount of information was relayed to you in regards to this, mostly because it was just something that maybe crossed your mind. Is there aside from taking off of your shoes, there's nothing that you really need to do at this current moment. There is a place where you can collect a candle or incense, and there's also a donation box next to that area for you to put coinage in if you wish to collect one of these two things. But yeah.
I'm going to donate. Oh.
I'll donate you.
What would you guys like to do?
Drop my weapon in the donate box. You're like, God damn it, Oliver.
Can't you hold on to anything?
Oh, I'll go ahead and enter, and being unsure of the protocol, I'll just kind of bow my head a little bit, but then I'll go over here towards the stairs and then look back at upstairs to the rest of my circle.
I'll mimic what Josie did, and then walk up to the stairs, look back at the group, and go, "Yeah." Sorry.
Okay. I need someone to give me a perception and awareness roll the moment that you are making your way to the stairs.
That'd be me, 60-10.
Can we assist?
You
I
may
can.
assist, or you can roll separately.
I can't assist. I'm not an awareness kind of fellow.
Wow.
I'll roll separately.
That sounds like a great idea. Standard difficulty 6.
Yep.
3 successes.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I hope you can explode those.
I did.
Jesus. Holy shit. She's
2,
aware of
4.
everything.
6 successes.
Nicole, did you say 4?
6.
6? Okay. So with 3 successes, Josie is able to notice that the garb and clothing that these individuals are wearing are not really appropriate for this type of area. They have nothing to do with Japanese culture. They have nothing to do with any religious practices or appropriate clothing that should be worn within this pagoda, this very religious-looking area. In fact, their clothing just kind of is obscure. And then Nicole, with 6 successes, these are heretics
Oh,
From the-
fun.
from the West.
From the west. Oh.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Western heretics.
And then
How many
Oliver,
of us-
you're in a pagoda.
And how many of us have heretic weaponry on display?
Right?
One.
Oh, no. Well, maybe. I didn't say I
Because-
concealed it.
Heretic forged saber? Okay. So you concealed it then.
I didn't say I did, so it's up to the discretion of either way.
Oop.
May I attempt mind speak?
Sounds like a very good idea. Let me pull that up right now. So for mind speak, oops, wrong book.
I know how to stop these heretics. We're gonna throw their shoes out the door.
Wow.
All right, Nicole, that's going to be your perception plus mnemosis, difficulty 6.
Cool. Explode
How'd you
those
do?
pens. Hold on. Ooh, another one. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, minus 1, 6 successes. And I will use a pathos to include both of them.
Okay, that is very important for me to know. I will spend that pathos for your character. You can say up to 6 sentences toward your circle, and they can say 6 sentences back to you at this point in time.
Okay, I will just say to both of them, so I will
Okay.
use one sentence for Oliver. I'm just marking that down.
Yep.
And one for Josie, and say, these are heretics from the West.
I will just.
Everybody. I'll say everybody is a heretic from the West in here.
No, I'm not.
I will look at her with eyes wide and raising eyebrows, but then I will continue up the stairs as if nothing is the matter, just so that the heretics around me don't see or hear my response.
Okay. Rob, I need you to give me a perception and alertness roll for you.
Okay, I have an idea, assuming, depending on what this alertness roll changes for me.
Okay.
7. Difficulty 6.
Yes.
Oh,
You want to blow a willpower?
how much willpower do I have to blow? 4. I have plenty. Yeah, I'm gonna blow a willpower.
Okay. Reroll 3.
So 1 success.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I need to mark off your willpower. So, Rob, as the group is like taking note, and you get that communication from Arwen about the situation that you're sitting in, as you and your circle are making your way to the stairs, you'll serendipitously notice that this individual in the center will open one of her eyes to examine you and your circle. A very, very studious and sharp eye staring at you guys with interest and focus.
I'll say the one by the statues looking at us. So I'm gonna use one of my sentences.
Got it? That is communicated to Nicole, by the way. Nicole, you are able to hear that sentence from Oliver.
Okay.
Now I have a question. Are
Yes.
these people intensely focused on trying to do something?
Yes, they are praying and meditating. It appears that they have an interest in basically kind of like creating a different ambience in this area. Nothing to the point of like a ritual that is currently going on that would involve the occult. Instead, they are praying for the souls of Asakusa as a whole.
Is this, there's no effect to this prayer?
Nope, not at all. There may be an effect for them on a personal level, but it doesn't seem to be affecting your circle or anyone around you. It just seems to be a personal thing that they are doing for themselves.
Because, I mean, I had this thought of playing as a dumb tourist and distracting them.
Okay.
But now I'm wondering, so the one studying us, what does, she just follows us as we...
She seems particularly interested in you and your circle as you're making your way to the stairs, as if she's watching your every move in action.
Does she have any recognition when she sees me?
Nope. No reaction to you specifically.
Myles, with my 6 successes, is there any way that I can tell if they're wearing a similar, like, color or sigil or something to when I met, darn it, what's his name? Jalakaplit, whatever his name is. Oscar. I knew him as Oscar when he was just a heretic.
Yes, Oscar's. Yeah, so their clothing does not match that of Oscar or any of his followers or what he calls capillaries who were working alongside of him. Definitely nothing remarkable.
Okay. I mean, it still doesn't count for the other Arterius. But at least we know that they're not associated to Oscar.
Yeah.
Do we know what their sigil... Are they displaying any sigils?
Nope, no sigils seem to be displayed at this moment.
I'm not sure what to do here, so I'm gonna keep an eye out, but see what the consensus is where you guys want to go.
Yeah, Arwen's not sure either. I guess we're going upstairs. I mean, I don't want to go too far.
I mean, we were already.
Because I think that's where the bell is, right?
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah, no one seemed to have noticed where the bell was located on the outside of the pagoda.
You said no one seemed to notice?
Well, no one was looking for it.
But we know it's supposed to be outside. So we know it's going to be outside on the first floor. So Arwen's just going to be nervous how many floors we go up because she wants to be near a bell.
I'm going to be like, man, I'm afraid of heights. You guys go ahead.
Okay, weirdo.
And then I'm going to start walking outside and like to take a breather, sit on the steps and find the bell.
I will need a perception and investigation roll from you, Rob.
For the record, I am also very aware if it looks like I'm agitating these people with my actions.
Okay.
Given the delicateness of the situation.
Certainly.
2 successes.
Okay. As you take a moment to take a breather outside of the pagoda, and they do seem to be watching your every move as you do this, as if kind of wondering if their presence has affected you in such a way, despite what you said out loud. You do take a moment to see the bell located over here by the small shrine, and it is up against one of the walls on the outside. Very accessible.
So they can see me through the door.
Right now they can, yes. They are very interested in what you're going to do.
If I start to walk out of eyesight, do they seem to do anything?
Only the wraiths that still have eyesight on you, these two right here, are watching you.
Can they see the bell from where they are?
They can, yes. And they're watching you.
Can I enter this shrine?
You can.
Can they see me from here?
Not if you enter the shrine, no.
Okay, I'm going to enter the shrine.
Okay.
And say, I'll use another sentence. I can see the bell.
Okay.
I can see the bell by the east shrine.
Okay.
I'm yelling it. Hey, I can see the bell. It's by the east shrine. Okay.
While this is happening,
I'm joking.
Josie and Arwen will notice that the two heretics that were standing next to the central heretic will make their way towards her. They still have their backs turned to you, but it looks like they might be trying to communicate to her as if they're starting to notice something as well. What would you guys like to do?
I kind of want to continue going up the stairs, regardless of whatever all nonsense Oliver's doing.
Okay.
Giving if I can't say that. I could say it to Arwen, but I'm gonna save my sentence.
I will use one sentence to Josie. 'Cause I did not respond to Oliver's sentence. I heard it, but I didn't respond.
Okay.
And I will use one sentence to Josie to say, Oliver's near the bell.
Then I'll just
Look
kind of.
at
Oh,
yeah.
good.
Yeah, I'll just say Oliver's near the bell.
Then I'll just kind of look at her and kind of do a very bare nod to acknowledge that I heard it, but still continue to go up the stairs because, if we start up the stairs and suddenly go back down or just stop, that's going to be a whole lot more suspicious than just, continuing to go up.
Erwin will follow.
Okay. Rob, what are you doing as you are standing out there in the shrine?
I'm kind of making a show of investigating, looking around the shrine and the trees. I'm assuming this is a picturesque area.
Yes, it is.
I'm kind of maybe just kind of taking in the scenery and looking at the shrine with interest.
Okay.
What I'm really trying to do is make sure if anything goes wrong and I receive a message, I can hit that bell. So I'm not going to stray. I'm not going to stray too far away from the bell.
Okay. So, Arwen and Josie will start to make their way up to the second floor. At this point in time, guys, let's take a 10-minute water break. And when we come back, we will be on the second floor to see what Josie and Arwen have discovered. So I will see you guys in 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Thank goodness for that break. Turns out I forgot to plug my damn crock pot in the first place.
Oh, that's good to know.
Oh no.
Oh well, it was just beans, and not even like a planned meal of beans. It was, wow, I should really clean out my drawers. Oh wow, these beans were Best Buy 2020.
Oh, man.
Dry beans, not canned beans, so, not a huge deal, just gonna be tougher than usual, probably.
Better that way. All right. So we are currently at the second level of the pagoda. Nicole and Jay, as you can see, there are some more quote-unquote heretics on this level.
On?
There are individuals on this level who take immediate notice of the two of you walking up those steps. They're very interested in you. Is there anything you'd like to do on this level?
Are they praying or are they looking at me?
They seem to be standing at the ready, and they are looking directly at you at this point in time. They haven't taken any action or movement, but they are staring directly at you.
Well, I'm going to look at them from the corner of my eye, but not directly interact, and do my best to pretend I don't see them looking at me, and still try to get a surreptitious glance around the room without telling them that, I've never been here before. Just trying to be like a sweep of the room, should we say, to verify who all is where and if there are any direct threats to me, because, survival.
Sure. Is there anyone in particular that you're examining as you are walking on the second floor?
Are they all looking directly at me, or all looking directly at both of us, or just whoever's closest looking at whoever's closest?
They're all directly looking at the both of you. You get a sense from them that they were almost expecting you to walk up those stairs.
Well, unless they directly attack, I am going to continue onward, and because, pretend I've been here before, and my plan would be to walk around the length of the room to look out the windows. So I assume that there's windows or some sort of open space for me to look out and look at the scenery. I assume that was a yes, it cut out?
Yes. You have to exit and go to the outer area to look outside.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will first walk around the room start walking around the room to to just look and see what I find, just to get scope of the room. But upon seeing the stairs, I will go up.
Okay.
Again, just because, you know what? I'm going to pretend that I'm just a tourist and I only kind of know what I'm doing, but totally not interesting. I'm just a tourist.
Okay.
While Josie and I were, because I was following her, walking around the room, I will send Oliver my second message saying there are 6 more heretics on the second floor looking really creepy at us.
No.
Any response to that, Rob?
No. I don't. Hold on. Let me see. How many messages did I have? No. I don't
You've
think
used you've used 2 so far, Rob. So you have 4 left.
I think she knows I got the message, so I don't think I'm not going to waste a message on. Okay, got it.
Jay, I need you to give me a perception and alertness roll before you go up to the next level.
Can I assist?
You may assist.
Okay.
All right, so 7d10 then. It helps if I put the slash roll first. I can reroll that 10. Standard difficulty 6.
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, minus 1. 3 successes.
Okay. Both of you will notice that the individuals sitting here will watch as the two of you ascend up the staircase. They are meditating and praying, but a small smile will cross their face with each step that you place heading up, as if they are becoming excited about you ascending the pagoda.
In that case, I'm going to send a sentence to Arwen. Might be good to prepare Oliver to ring the bell.
Okay.
How urgent do you feel? Like, 'cause, like when you said that, what was the urgency in your voice?
Not like, oh my god, but also not like, yeah, maybe. Like, kind of a middle ground, we're being watched, I don't know what's going on, but my gut is saying, be prepared.
All right, I'm not gonna say anything to Oliver yet because I've already given him an update. So hopefully that gives him an idea that things are troubling. So
Right.
I'm not saying anything back yet. But I'll follow you up the stairs. Slightly unwillingly.
Checking back on Rob really quickly, just to see how he's doing. Rob, are you taking any actions during this moment of time? You have been communicated to a couple times. Is there anything you'd like to do down on the first level?
What are so what is everyone moving around and looking at me?
Unfortunately, from your standpoint, from inside of the shrine, you aren't able to, unless you're leaving the shrine to look to see what the heretics are doing, you don't have a clear vision of what they are doing.
I'm gonna step out and then
Okay.
kind of take a peek and see what's going on with the heretic.
Yeah. They seem to be, there are three of them that are gathered together, and they seem to be discussing something very carefully with each other. They are whispering to a point that you cannot hear what they are saying, but they seem to be talking about something very important.
Okay. Can I does okay, I'm having two thoughts here. Out of curiosity, does Enshroud work on wraiths?
Yes.
I'm going to step back into... You know what? No, while I'm out here, I want to... Who can I see from where I am right now?
The only individuals that you can see right now are the three heretics that are having a conversation right now inside the pagoda.
It doesn't cost me anything to twinge someone, does it?
I need to check. I think it does cost you.
That's the basic ability.
Let me double check for you. It does not cost you anything, no.
Can I twinge the one in black who moved over here to talk to the
Yes.
other two wraiths?
Yes. That'll be your perception plus intimation, difficulty 7.
Okay. Okay, so the rolled 1 doesn't count because it's after the first 8 dice, which means it was on a reroll. Which means overall I got 2 successes.
Okay. With your 2 successes, there is a sense of curiosity, especially towards you and your direction.
Mm-hmm.
So the 3 of them are definitely having you can ascertain that the 3 of them are definitely discussing you as a topic of interest and curiosity. The second sense is checking in on you and having some of them follow up and investigate you. So there's a curiosity and also a motive of investigation to look at you closely that's been communicated. The interest or desire that is occurring for that character that you twinged.
Okay. I want to step back into the shrine where they can't see me.
Correct?
No one can see me.
Correct.
I want to enshroud.
Okay.
So what am I casting there?
It'll cost you 1 point of pathos, and it's going to be dexterity plus Argos. Difficulty 7.
Wait, how much does it cost me to flicker?
If you wish to flicker, it costs you 1 point of pathos.
Okay. Okay, because I'm also might have a need to flicker at some point, so I want to make sure I'm not spending all my pathos. So I have 3 pathos left. If I spend 1, I still have 2 to go.
Okay.
Right?
Let me double check your character sheet. That sounds pretty accurate, though. So, Rob, you have 3 pathos left. If you use 1 for enshroud, you'll have 2 left. If you use 1 to flicker, you'll have 1 left.
Okay, I will enshroud.
Okay.
Is there a door to the shrine or no?
There's just a main door, just to walk in and walk out. It's open at this current moment.
Okay, as long as they can't see me, though. I'm an enshroud, so...
Okay. Dexterity plus Argos, difficulty 7 to enshroud.
Two successes.
All right. You are currently enshrouded.
Okay. I'm gonna exit back out and start moving closer to see if I can pick up on their conversations. What do they do anything in response?
Yes. 2 heretics are going to start making their way over to the entrance as if to exit.
Okay, well then I'm going to move back, but not into the shrine.
Okay.
I'm going to stand by the bell, but out of the way.
Okay. Yeah, and some time will pass, and they are both exiting at the same time. They appear to be making their way to the shrine, and they're not in any rush or hurry. They're just walking very, very slowly, but fervently, as if in deep meditation as they do so. Rob, is there anything you'd like to do before they enter the shrine? Or are you just waiting on them to make their way?
I'm going to say enshrouded, 2 investigating me, and try to fit this in one sentence. I'm enshrouded, 2 investigating me, may hit Bell if bad.
Okay. Nicole, you will receive that message from Oliver.
Got it. No response back.
Okay. And the two heretics will enter the shrine.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you'd like to do while you're out here?
Peek into what they're doing in the shrine, but not let anyone get between me and the bell.
Okay. They appear to be knelt down and praying. Both of them have their eyes closed, at least from the one that you can see the face of. It looks like they are meditating and praying very, very strongly right now.
Is there any sort of role I can make to determine if that's actually what they're doing or if they're putting on a show?
Yeah.
Like maybe a performance and perception, or...
It would probably be perception plus subterfuge.
Okay. Then I'm just rolling the stat on that one.
Sure.
I still get exploding dice if the stat's there, even if I don't have the skill, right?
Correct.
Wow, 3 successes.
All right. 3 beats my 2. They are obviously pretending to pray and meditate. They're examining the entire shrine area every chance that they get, and are using some of their powers to try to detect you.
Okay. How much does it cost for me to use Oubliette?
That will be 3 pathos and a point of temporary angst.
Okay,
and that's for a singular target.
And then the follow-up is it trying to think, if I sneak up on someone, do I have time to do a usury transfer, then obliviate, and then only have to face one of them?
You use your usury, you will lose your enshroud.
Okay.
However, depending on how well that goes, you might be able to conduct your oubliette.
Okay, and what is the mechanics like? How difficult is it for someone to pull in multiple pathos?
So it'll be the difficulty of the willpower. If you were attempting to do 3 actions at that point, it'll obviously it'll narrow your dice pool to a lower degree. So depending on what happens after you pull off the usury, we'll probably have these 2 characters react to that. If you're trying to do 3 actions at the same time, your dice pool will be cut down into 1/3, but at least you'll be able to cinematically perform something.
Okay. How much time do I have on my enshroud?
Another couple minutes or so.
There's no way I could pull this off. I would need more pathos. Yeah. No, I'm going to kind of wait this out and wait to hear back from. I don't want to blow our cover before they even make it to the top of the pagoda. So I'm gonna keep an eye out, but stand back so when I do reappear, I'll be standing next to the bell.
Okay. And you're okay with this heretic individual seeing you reappear? The moment
No.
that you're... Okay.
If I stand here, can they see me? Reappear?
If you're standing there, no.
Then I'm gonna stand out of sight of any heretics, and then sort of, kind of just wait.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's check in on our friends who have made it to this third floor at this point and see how they're doing. So, Nicole and Jay, you are now on the third floor. There are definitely some heretics on this location. One of them seems to be standing very close to the stairs in which you enter. And she will look to you and say, in Japanese, "Can I help you?" Jay, you were able to translate this without a dice roll?
Mm-hmm. I will attempt to speak back, saying, I have come to see the sights and was just trying to get to the top to see the, she just disappeared.
Nope, I'm just moving her.
Okay. I'm going to say, as best I can, that I am here to see the sights, to see something new, and I'm not sure if I can imply, given that I'm using a broken Japanese, that, something pathos because adventuring is good for pathos or whatever. Renew my energy by seeing new things, and I'm trying to get to the top of the pagoda to see everything from the top.
Right. Yeah. She looks to you and says, "Unfortunately, my circle and I are occupying those floors for personal reasons that are very religious in nature and require privacy. I'm sure if you were to come back at another time, you'd be able to reach the destination that you wish. But I must say right now, we are using the top floors of the pagoda."
Out of character, I can't remember if it was ever said that this was a public usage thing or who had authority of this.
As far as you can tell, it is public usage.
I will say something to the effect of, "Oh, I did not realize this this place could be not rented. Like when you go to a public park and you can
Reserved?
Yes, reserve. I was not aware you could reserve this pagoda or parts of it for private use. Do you mind if I ask who to speak to? Because this could be an excellent place for a private party."
All I can tell you is that we got full permission from Benimaru Shinmon himself to use this pagoda for our personal needs.
Ah. Understood. I have met Benimaru. He is quite formidable. I'll just say that as best I can in Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
But I will bow to her, and I guess I'll go down one more level and then go see... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Before I do that, I'll say, are there any... since I can't actually see this down here, I'll say, are there sights to see at this level?
I don't know what you mean. Are you looking for something in particular?
The view. I see that there were places outside the pagoda with views.
Oh,
Can I access any of those views at this level?
if that is of interest of yours, I can accompany you.
Oh, by all means.
Okay.
Hey, Miles.
Yes.
During their entire conversation, even though I don't know Japanese, is there any way that I can tell from her body language if maybe she was lying?
Yeah, give me 1 second to check on that.
I will, I will
She
send
looks
one.
sketchy.
Yeah, I'm trying to craft one sentence as best I can because character me doesn't know I have 6 whole instances. I'm
At
going
this
to
point,
say,
you have 5 left, by the way, Jay.
right. But character me doesn't know how many I have left, and so I'm treating everyone as if it's my last, available sentence. Saying, I'll say, she claims upstairs is reserved by the authority of Benimaru, and she is taking us to see a view.
Now, just a side note, that will go to Arwen
Yes.
and not Oliver. Okay, so Arwen, you will receive that message.
Okay.
I'm just making sure she knows what's going on so that, just in case something happens.
Mm-hmm. So, the heretic in front of you will say, yeah, come join me. I can show you the view.
And then I will follow.
Okay.
And I'll just be like waving at Arwen to be like, yeah. Oh, we're going upstairs, are we?
Was
Yep.
there a roll that I could do to see if there was like any
Yes.
lying done by her?
Yes. So that is going to be your perception, and I will allow expression. Do you have any expression?
No, so it's just gonna be perception then.
Yes. Straight up perception then.
Hey, explode that 10.
Woo!
Got 2 successes.
Okay. I got 3 successes.
Ah.
So, as far as you can tell, she's being very, very honest and perfectly cooperative with both you and Josie.
Okay.
As you guys go up to the next level, you'll see that there are indeed more heretics up here. They are observing you very, very carefully and cautiously. This heretic will use a Arcanos to reach through the shroud and open the doors that lead to the outside of the pagoda. And there will be some individuals that are standing outside there as well. Because of the appearance of this particular character, I will actually be putting them on Roll20 for you to get a view of what they look like. It's a little bit more remarkable than the other individuals in this pagoda. All right. So, as you approach the exit to the outside of the pagoda and are able to look to the outside, you'll see an individual who appears on the outside of the ledge as well, standing just to the right as if moving out of the way when they hear the doors open. This individual is very, very silent. They do not have any expression for you to read or get an indication of. They appear to have some sort of wax melted all along their body, along with some candles that are still burning. As far as you can tell where their face should be, they are looking directly at you. But again, say nothing. And they do nothing. The individual who had been guiding you now seems to be standing off to the side on the outside ledge of the pagoda, as if trying to block your entryway to what might be on the side of the pagoda. As if to say, this is as far as you can go. So, if Arwen or Josie want to go outside, they may do so.
I will go ahead and go outside and just be like, these views, so gorgeous.
The heretic will smile when you say this, as if trying to enjoy it vicariously through
you. I do have 3 dots in manipulation, so considering that, well, I guess I have victoriously. I haven't even really lied. Aside from, the tourist is still not a particular lie, but I am in a sense a tourist, but I have made it, maybe not all the way to the top, but I have victoriously made it to here, so I am trying to gain pathos from that, since I already got my anticipation, something new to experience pathos, but trying to imply that I am receiving pathos, to at least pretend I am, or trying, so that they would understand it as, I'm a wraith, I'm trying to get pathos this way, rather than I'm a spy and I'm looking at all of your activities.
J, roll 3d10, difficulty 8.
Okay.
Would you like some help?
No. I got no successes, but it wasn't a botch.
Yeah. And you definitely are giving off the air that you are seeking pathos and energy from this experience around you. So you are definitely convincing them through your actions and your behavior. They see that you are genuinely enjoying yourself out here.
Oh, good.
So, Nicole, what is Arwen doing during this?
She didn't step outside. I guess she's just kind of looking around. Just curious. Nods her head if anyone looks at her, just to acknowledge them, like, hello.
Okay. The individual that I described to you earlier will walk indoors, and where a face should be, they are staring at you very intently.
Arwen will nod and give a hesitant smile.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I will be rolling against you.
Wait, why? I'm just saying hello.
You are
I'm
now
not trying to lie. I'm literally just saying hello.
you're now entering a staring contest. Roll initiative.
Okay.
I'm concerned for her health.
Nicole, what is your permanent willpower?
I think it's an 8.
Okay. I need you to roll 8d10 as I use this power on you.
What? Oh, Jesus. I didn't even go outside. I'm assuming I can't explode 10s. What is the difficulty?
For you, a standard 6.
All right, 2, 4. I got 5.
Okay. this power will not affect you,
Cool.
at least not now. But
Aw.
what you do gain from this character, just staring eerily in your direction, is that they are trying to interfere with any communication that you have mentally with the others. So you feel that get kind of tugged and pulled at. It's still intact, but you can definitely tell that the heretics are keeping their appearance and friendliness up, while at the same time trying to disrupt your communication.
So he is aware that I am communicating with them, but can he hear what I'm saying to them?
No. They
Okay,
are not. Yeah, they are not a part of the trail of communication that you have with your Mnemosis. These individuals are aware that you have your Mnemosis working right now, and they're trying to disrupt it and erase it.
Okay, in
They
that
were not
case,
successful. Your 5 successes beat my 2.
Ooh, thank goodness. All right, in that case, I would like to send the same message to Josie and Oliver
Okay.
and say, Creepy Candleman tried to stop me from talking to you. Mentally.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Not responding, but Oliver's like, Candleman? What the
Yeah, I figured he wouldn't understand, but I needed to explain who it was to Josie at least.
Yeah.
But at least Oliver knows, hey, someone's trying to interfere.
There's a creepy Candleman somewhere.
So, Jay, as Josie, this character obviously has her back towards you because she's interacting with Arwen in some shape or form, but that communication is brought up to your attention while you were enjoying the outdoors.
I will do my best to incorporate a small and subtle nod into my enjoyment of the view.
Okay.
Man.
Nicole, roll your willpower again.
Again? Wait, oh. Please be successful. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Your 5 beats my 4.
Oh
Nice.
my god! You know what? Arwen will yawn and say, "I think I need to rest."
Oh.
So, but
I'll turn
she'll
around.
nod to Candleman and look at Josie.
Okay.
And be like, do you want to walk with me to tavern?
Sure. I'll be like, can we stop at the one down below since we didn't last time? And I'll say no in mind speak to you, or try to. In mind speak. I'll say, we don't want to stop. I'm just putting on a show.
Okay, so that's
Out
the
of
third
game.
sentence to me.
Out of game, everybody has used 3 sentences with each other.
Oh yeah, I've been marking these down so I don't mess this up.
So have I.
I've only used 2.
No,
Nope.
You've used 3.
Oh.
You've used
I
3,
did?
Rob.
Oh, okay. I haven't used any. No. Myles is like, you've used 4. Want to keep going?
Arwen will respond back to Josie and say, no, let's just go. We can go pick up things on the way, though, to the tavern. And I will just start walking away.
I'll put on a show being like, okay. But I'll turn to my guide and say, my companion is tired. It seems she needs to take a nap or something. I'm sure I'll be back eventually, but thank you for your hospitality.
Well, tell you what, why don't you join us and your friend can go back to her tavern?
My friend is very...
You seem you seem so interested on going to that next floor, and I can see that you're very, very passionate about this artistry of this construct. So I'm willing to take you a floor higher, but I can tell that your friend needs a break.
I so appreciate the offer, but
Oh.
as much as I am enjoying myself here, and as much as I appreciate your offer, you did say it was reserved for personal use, and I do care about my friend and her safety and her feelings of safety. She's a little afraid of walking around alone, unfortunately. You understand. Implying, womanly, being afraid of, walking around alone. But thank you.
Myles, while she's doing this, because I see Arwen is noticing it's taking it too long for Josie to follow. Can I send one more message to Oliver?
Yes.
And say, if we're not down in 3 minutes, ring the bell. I don't trust the candle man. I just don't.
Okay. The heretic will look to Josie and say, "Oh, that really is too bad. I was willing to share this experience with you, especially since I've seen so much passion and fervor from you. But friends are very important. So it must be very important for you to depart, as it were. I don't know if I can say that my friends and I will be here when you return, but at least you'll be able to explore the rest of the pagoda for yourself when that time comes."
That is true. You tempt me so much. Perhaps if I rush back, you will still be here, but my friend must take precedence. It would be dishonorable for me to leave my friend when I have told her, or it would be dishonorable for me to leave my friend when she has done much to help me, and I should abandon her. And I'll just bow to her and start walking away unless she's, making it hard for me to walk away.
She walks with you on your way back.
Okay.
Jay, I need you to roll your charisma plus etiquette.
I don't think I have etiquette. Where is it?
Then
No, I don't. So just charisma.
Okay.
40 10.
Yep.
Oh, well, I got one success, assuming that difficulty level is 6 or higher.
It is. Your one success beats my botch.
Thank God.
So, as we are departing and making our way down the stairs, she will almost kind of like trip in her steps and kind of like fall towards you as if to like, in complete accident. And I don't know if you try to catch her or you try to move out of the way before she falls.
How close is she?
She's just right behind you, maybe like 2 feet.
I don't really want to touch her, but I feel like... Well, actually, you know what? Can I roll survival to see if it's a good idea to touch her?
Maybe Jay, I botched, so you're gonna be alright.
Okay, well, I will attempt to catch her a little bit and just, like, push her back upright.
Okay.
And be like, "Are you okay? Deja vu?"
Her eyes will widen in surprise, and she'll look to you and say, like, "Well, I completely forgot what I was going to say, but apparently Yeah, let's keep going. And it seems like she's lost her train of thought. That whatever she was going to say to you, she completely lost it in that moment. And your etiquette kicks in, and she follows you to the stairs. No harm.
Thank God. All right, so going downstairs.
All right.
Boop-a-doop-a-doop, and then whee! And then downstairs again, because this is some really untrustworthy shit going on.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I was doing my best to avoid fighting, because despite the scar that I left on Benimaru, I'm not really much of a fighter.
And I don't think the two of us can take on 6.
Yeah, no. And where am I now? Oh, you haven't loaded us yet. Gotcha.
Considering back to
Am I visible?
Oliver, you are now currently visible. Your shroud has dropped. You may reactivate it right now if you'd like to.
No.
But right now, your in-shroud has dropped.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Have they done anything, or is this right back to where we left off?
Right back where we left off.
Yeah.
All
I'm going-
communication has been made to you, though.
the bell's right here, right?
It is right here.
Okay, I'm kind of gonna lean up against the wall next to the bell. Have these guys left yet?
Nope. But you have definitely become visible to another heretic, if that's...
She saw me walk out.
She saw you walk from wherever you were standing earlier
Mhm.
to next to the bell.
Okay, I'm going to lean on the wall, right up by the bell, and then make direct eye contact with that heretic.
Okay. She will smirk at you directly. Slightly lower one of her eyes, as if...
Just one of them?
Yep. As if trying... Yep. As if she's trying to tap into something supernatural. And when her eye lifts again, and she returns back to a normal gaze with her smirk, the heretics that were inside the shrine will depart. They completely ignore you. And just make their way back to the pagoda.
So that's what they do when they communicate. Conceivably, I know you're not going to tell me, but that's my guess.
Okay. Do you wish to do anything before they reach the entrance of the pagoda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I stop them before they had reached that point?
Certainly. What would you like to do?
I'd be like, I want to stop them while they're by the bell and be like, hey, so what I noticed you praying in there. What kind of prayers do you give to a shrine like this?
They ignore you and keep walking.
We're not even pretending anymore. I'll follow them somewhat, but
Okay.
I'm not letting anyone get between me and the bell.
Okay.
And
Sounds
I'm
good.
keeping a distance.
Sounds fine. They both enter the pagoda.
I'll kind of say out loud, must have taken a vow of silence. And just chuckle to myself.
Both wraiths will reach into the Skinlands,
Uh-huh.
and they will shut the doors, closing it. You no longer have vision to what's going on the inside of the pagoda.
Fuck.
Oh no.
What would you like to do, Rob?
I'm going to wait those 3 minutes out by the bell.
Okay. Sounds like a good plan. Returning back to the second floor. Josie and Arwen are walking down the stairs. There definitely seems to be a stronger amount of distrust and curiosity, observation on the two of you as you start to depart, as if every single eye in this room is gazing upon you with interest.
Do I hear the door shut in the Skinlands?
You do hear some doors shut. You're not necessarily sure which doors have shut, but you do hear a couple doors shut.
Actually, you know what? That's stupid. I forgot. I'm sending Arwen that a message. They shut the front doors.
Okay. Got it.
Do you send it to me at all? Because if not, I'm going to
can't
start
send it
going
to you.
downstairs. No, not you.
I can't
Is
send it.
Arwen?
Oh, sorry.
Is Arwen sending it to me? Because that will change what I do next.
I was not planning on it.
Okay. Then, because I don't really know what's going on, I'm going to go ahead and go downstairs because, well, that's what I said I was going to do, and I don't have the external knowledge to know that staying upstairs and trying to jump out the window is going to, or try to jump out the window is going to be a good idea, so.
And I did not know you would change your mind, so I was not planning on telling you that. I was just going to keep it.
Fine.
Once we get downstairs, if it's needed, I'll...
Well, if we get downstairs, I'll already know the front doors are closed.
Okay. Assuming that Rob is not doing anything or attempting anything.
I mean, if I'm not by the bell, no one's... Why did you move me away from the bell?
Sorry about that.
And now there's two of me. What is going... Oh, never mind. God, it's like I've been cloned again. And you know what? Is this going to be a theme through the entire rest of this campaign? I'll just keep running into newer versions of Oliver.
I'm just activating Josie and Arwen into the scene as they are beginning to depart. And assuming that Oliver does not wish to take any action and he is standing by the bell, Josie and Arwen, you may descend the rest of the stairs.
All right.
The front doors have been shut, by the way. You can easily walk through them and take a point of damage, if you wish to.
I might. I'll just look at Arwen like, dang. Dang humans. Although, I don't think I saw any humans. Did you see humans? Or mortals? Whatever we call them in the skin, or whatever we call inhabitants of the Skinland.
No, I didn't see any. Do you think maybe someone would be willing to open the door for us? Or we can just go through it, I guess.
You know, it's probably better for us to just take that damage, but I'm going to take a real good look around, acting like a really grumpy tourist who's just been pranked by the locals. Be like, one of you did this, didn't you? Not
Seem to be any response to your behavior.
And no, smirks or smiles or anything like that.
Nope, nothing.
Well, I'll just be like, dang it. And then I will sigh and go ahead and take that point of corpus damage across the door.
Okay. Same with you, Nicole?
Same.
All right. So, as to be expected from any Wraith in the Shadowlands, you will pass through this physical door that has been shut, that exists in the Skinlands. And as you take your point of damage to your corpus, you will melt through the door, as it were, and appear on the other side. Oliver will take quick notice of the two of you exiting. And aside from the small amount of damage that you took from the doors, Oliver will notice that you both seem unscathed, albeit with a different mindset, perhaps.
I'll just be like, well, that was really pretty views, but so annoying that those locals on the inside shut the doors on us. Did you see any humans out here? And I'll just kind of be winking like, play along, motherfucker.
I want to send a sentence to Arwen. And I want to say, I want to break the ice and talk to him openly.
Arwen will just shrug.
Okay. I'm going to go inside.
You're gonna take the corpus damage?
Yes.
Does that mean we gotta follow you?
No.
No, my grumpy ass is sitting out here.
And in fact, it would be better if you don't both follow me.
Actually, did you tell us before you left where the bell is?
Yes, I told you it was by the East Shrine.
Okay, I'll look over here and assume that it's not so hard to find.
It is visibly there.
Okay, then I'll go hang out here by the bell, but I'll just like sit on the ledge with my arms crossed like fuckers, making me hurt myself.
Okay.
I'll send a mental note to Oliver saying, if you're not out in 3 minutes, we're ringing the bell.
Now, this might be here's what I want to do, Myles. I want to throw them off their game and kind of just throw them into a conversation on sort of awkward terms. There's a giant elephant in this room, and I think everyone thinks they're being subtle. I want to smash that elephant wide open and just, lay everything on the ground. And to that end, in a very confident way, I'm going to say, okay, so what are you heretics really doing around? Like, I know who you are. I know what you're doing. What's going on here? Like, you're a little bit out of your territory, kind of thing.
That's certainly
Are
a pinata.
Rob, are you using your charisma or your manipulation when you enact this?
I don't think there's very much manipulation here. I'm thinking like a charisma plus leadership. I'm in charge of this situation. I'm confident, and I want to project that I feel comfortable and confident and in control of this situation, so that it makes them be like,
Okay. Sounds good. Roll your charisma plus leadership.
Okay. Hold on, let me double check that out. What the fuck? The one roll I needed to do.
Want to blow willpower?
Okay, here's the question. Should I blow willpower, or is this an important enough situation for a... And the second question is to the group. Is this an important enough situation for a Fate of the World?
I mean, we still got half a game left, right? Ish, sort of.
So you're voting no.
I don't know.
Just give me a yes or a no on if for the both of you. If you think if you want me to use the Fate of the World right now, otherwise I'm going to spend power and re.
Hold on. I'm both ways. I'm gonna flip a coin, and then that's my decision there. Because honestly, I kind of want to see where this conversation goes. I say yes. Use Fate of the World die.
I will double down on that and go right ahead.
Hey, I'm gonna Fate of the World, Myles, and I'm gonna bust this room wide open.
Okay.
This is gonna be
So,
awful.
Doesn't it mean like if you fail, it's gonna be really bad?
If I fail,
yes.
you guys might have to ring the bell very fast, and I probably won't be coming out of this pagoda
Again.
ever again.
You've
Give
already
me-
almost died once.
Go ahead and roll your 10 or 11, Myles. Let's
He's
go.
died once. He's almost died another time.
Yep. I just need to examine something really quick, just for narrative purposes. I'm going to roll my d20.
I'm gonna roll my d10. No.
High or low, Rob?
High, of course.
Okay.
Don't say it like that.
Oh my god.
Yes!
Wow.
Oh man.
Rob, in that moment, the heretic who is knelt down and meditating to the north will slowly stand up, and she will disappear and flicker right in front of you in a moment's notice. And she'll look to you and say very, very calmly and almost sweetly, "Why don't you follow me?"
Okay. Is she... This is not a... Well, you know what? No, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'll follow her.
Okay.
I still have one message left to Arwen, right?
Yeah, but don't forget, I already told you in 3 minutes if you're not out, I'm getting Animaru.
And that's why I asked. Myles?
You have one more message left.
When I'm close... No, I want you to let me know. When I'm close to hitting that 3-minute mark, I will. That's when I will decide whether to tell Arwen, hit the bell or don't. So before you say, Arwen, you hit when that 3-minute mark comes, let me know, and then I'll decide the message I want to send to Arwen, okay? Okay.
She leads you to the bottom of the stairs and kind of opens her palm very, very calmly and delicately for you to follow her up the stairs.
Follow. I'll follow her up the stairs.
Very good. Jay and Nicole, is there anything you'd like to do? The doors have been shut this whole time.
No, I'm staying where I am, and I'm just waiting for 3 minutes to pass.
Okay. Jay?
I'm going to look at Arwen and just be like, "Can you hear anything?" Hoping to imply to everybody else that she can hear through the walls, while actually asking if Oliver has said anything to her in particular.
Not at this time, but I gave him a time limit.
Okay. I'll just sit here and continue to grump.
All right. And with that in mind, we are going to take our dinner break before we find out the fate,
Of the world.
possibly leaning towards a better fate, of Oliver Berg after that dice roll.
Never an easy roll. You're not even. You're not rolling a d20, Myles. You're just typing in 9, 10, or no.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And when we come back, we'll find out what is discovered, thanks to the fate of the world tilting in the direction of the players. I'll see you guys in 1 hour.
You in an hour.
So you will find yourself at this point in time on the 3rd level of the pagoda. There are some unusual faces that are there to greet you and see to you. Rob, the woman who had brought you up here in the first place, I'm going to put on roll 20. Despite her formal-looking appearance and attire, you can definitely tell that there is something very internally wrong with her, as if she's about to burst into flames at any point in time. The second character that you both are, I guess you could say, greeted by as you enter the area on the third floor will look to you. She will allow you entrance along with the other heretic. She has a very sly smile about her when she notices you. But she will gesture with her hand as if to say, "Let us continue forward." As if she is just as interested in you as her compatriot.
And I will follow.
Okay. The moment you reach the upper registers of this floor, a individual that I can reveal a second time if you wish will appear, obviously covered in wax and candles, and has a very indistinguishable face, will gaze upon you as if inspecting you very thoroughly. Rob, I need you to roll your permanent willpower.
I have a question about this.
Yes.
Well, I'll make the roll first, but would I be able to tell that they're blocking me?
Blocking you, as in how so?
Assuming this person's trying to block my communications.
You would only notice after attempting using your power.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean blocking the Mnemos communication.
You wouldn't know until you try it.
Okay.
Yep.
Then that's their problem. Well, wait, then how did Arwen know right away that they were trying to block her Mnemos?
She's a Mnemos, and it was directly attacking her power.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what's the difficulty here?
Difficulty 6.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm still in Fate of the World mode. I just rolled a lot of Fate of the World die. Wait, did I count my roll? All right. Yeah. 2 successes.
All right. As he gazes upon the three of you, by the way, Rob, do you want to roll a will? Do you want to blow a willpower for that one?
Well, it depends. Do I realize my communication's been cut off or not?
You'd have to attempt it to notice anything being off.
Okay. No, I don't.
Okay. So, by that indication, I would assume that you do not use your willpower to reroll anything.
No, but I still want you to let me know in the 3 minutes.
Let you know what?
When my 3 minutes are up.
Oh, yeah, of course. So, the individual with the candle wax will look to the three of you, mainly at Oliver Berg, will nod very slowly and solemnly, and take a step back, allowing you and the heretics to make your way not only to the outside of the pagoda, but also what appears to be an entryway along the side that leads to some hidden stairs. When you reach those stairs, they don't seem to really go off into anything in particular. You're kind of like wondering to yourself, well, where are these supposed to lead to? Where are they supposed to go to? There is an illusion that has been draped on the top part of this pagoda, and it does not become apparent until you have walked up the stairs and traveled through the veil that has been pulled over this part of the Shadowlands. So, once you have reached the 4th floor and walked up the stairs all that you can, you are greeted by many, many individuals. And I will reveal them on roll 20 for you, Rob. So to the right, over here, an individual who is decorated and draped in roots. She has very powdery looking flesh to her, but also seems to come off as somebody who has been painted over or decorated, as it were. Her eyes remain shut as she is standing amongst all of these heretics. To the west is a woman with a very distinctive looking helmet, possibly a coronet that she wears on her head. She appears to be very decorated with various accessories and jewelry, particularly around her hands, arms, and face. She has very deep but dark crimson eyes that you'd only be able to notice if you had come up closer to her own face. And lastly, there is an individual standing at the front of everybody, obviously at the very center. Rob, this individual has a very pale skin and look to his face, very sickly. He has dark red hair, what appears to be almost animalistic, maybe bestial traits about him that stand out to you, such as the antlers or possibly horns that are protruding out of his head. And he wears a very, very fine and formal looking jacket, dress jacket, over what appears to be business attire. He does not seem surprised to see you, but he adjusts the small spectacles on his nose as he gazes at your entrance with the other two heretics. And they will enter, gesture towards you as you are making your appearance for the first time. And he will step forward at the very edge of the opening of this pagoda, looking distinctively right at you, just studying you for a few seconds. Then, with a big smile on his face, will speak to you with a large amount of fascination and interest in your appearance here in the pagoda. Well, didn't expect this so soon. I was hoping to see you out there in the battlefield, raising a blade, protecting the folks, maybe even turning a head or two, but here you are, visiting me sooner than expected, and by yourself. I must commend you. Quite brave, young lad. All Berg.
Seems you've had me at a disadvantage.
Oh, more than once, I might say. Let's say that your carnal instincts put you at the disadvantage in the first place. Am I wrong?
No. I was more referring to perhaps this is a time for introductions.
Oh,
Since we're being cordial.
of course we are. That's why you are here in the first place, after all. You being so cordial.
I'll smile and nod when he says that.
Okay.
I need to project an air of confidence. Otherwise, like I knew what I was doing when I walked into this alone.
Mm-hmm. He'll look to you. Start to pace back and forth on the wood floor underneath the both of you. My name is Gren Alabaster, the Arterius of Frost, as you probably have already surmounted at this point.
Well, I was just hoping to meet the Arterius in person.
Of course, I am in charge, as you can see.
Okay, is he? I'm gonna read that. Is he? That's a weird. The way he said it hit me the weird way. Is he actually in charge, or is this one of those pretending to be the guy in charge when he's not?
Do you want to use your leadership to try to determine that?
Yes, I'm good. Leader to leader. I'm checking his boss power to see if he's an actual boss.
Okay. Roll your charisma plus leadership.
One success.
All right. Let's just say I have more than one success on you.
So he seems like he's in charge.
Yes.
Okay.
He will pace back and forth with his wily demeanor of sorts and look to you. I must say, you're very forward, you and your friends. They were a little cautious in their step, compared to you, of course, but I admire your brazen attitude. It reminds me a little bit of myself when I was probably your age.
How old does this guy look?
You can't tell. It looks like he has had many features altered and changed over time to make him look more bestial and ferocious than he really might be.
Am I smart enough to read that as a hint of perhaps him being a moliator?
You could. You don't really have the occult to back that up.
Okay.
But do you get like a determination? It's a thought in the back of your head. You have no proof otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah. And he looks to you one more time and says, "So, here we are. My plans have already taken place. They've already started.
Mm-hmm.
Your plans are in motion, as it were. So, where do we go from here, Mr. Berg? I have a proposal of my own, but I want to hear what you have to say."
What I have to say?
Oh, of course, yes. I'm very curious about you, after all.
I don't know. I must admit a certain curiousness myself. I mean,
Oh,
I'm impressed. It seems you've got quite an ambitious operation going on.
yes. If it weren't for your friend Emiko, I dare say you wouldn't have gotten as far as you did. I'll have to pay him a visit later. Definitely, to reward him.
I'm gonna ignore that barb for now.
Yeah.
Um,
Continues his witty grin towards you. Oh, going back to our goals. You and I are both operation men, are we not? Interested in the processes and how everything is going to come out, how everything's going to work out. Especially when it comes to and he extends both of his hands to all the heretics on the level that you're on, our fellow employees.
you might say that.
Hmm.
Though operations are but a tool to get to your goals.
Yes, goals. What are your goals, Mr. Berg?
I would think you'd already know that.
Quite. Unless this has something to do with that, memory jargon with you and your Mnemos.
Now, why would you ever think that?
Well, let's just say she was wearing it on her sleeve the moment that she entered Asakusa in the first place.
Out of character, he's referring to Arwen?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Not all of us are as
I agree with you.
close to the chest with our cards.
No. I dare say if I was throwing my powers left and right, someone would probably notice that I was also a Mnemos as well.
Out of character, he's not also a Mnemos, is he?
You can't tell if he's lying or being truthful to you right now.
Can I do a lie or truth read on that?
Yeah, you can roll your, it'll be your manipulation plus subterfuge.
Okay. One success.
All right, let's say I have one more success than you.
Okay, I'll just take that comment at face value.
Sure. You might notice that certain advantages that the Mnemos have are, well, a different playing field out here compared to probably where you have used it in other locations to your own advantage. No longer here, though, I'm afraid. You put two Mnemos in the same area, and I'm afraid things get a little tangled up. The message isn't as clear as you wanted it to be in the first place.
Your message?
Oh, no. The message is between you and your friends. A different tactic, some which I myself take advantage as well if you've been seeing the body language between me and my employees here.
The little eye tricks you have.
Hmm.
That was what he was referring to, right? The whole eye dips and they communicate?
Seems so.
And he also hinted to cutting off my communications?
It's possible, yes.
Did I pick up on that, though?
No, you did not. You still think that he's a liar.
No, but I still think I can communicate with the group.
Yes. Unless you try it, you still are confident that you can.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah. So would you like to hear my proposal, since you don't have any clear goals of your own?
Clear. Well, I would think you would know what my goals are if you're so intent on stopping them.
Hmm.
I took you for a very clever fellow, and I'm hoping I was right about that.
Well, let me put it this way then. I have no interest in your Nemoi, who is collecting the memories of Charon. I have no interest in her overall objectives or directions. Not at all. My job is one of more filling in my own void, as it were. My own delights. We're only here for so long before Oblivion catches up. We might as well enjoy it. Don't you agree, Oliver Berg? And when he says this, it kind of like digs into that destruction heroine that you had encountered once before.
I don't know that I would, but please continue.
Yes, of course. I'm on a monologue, as they say. I have to divulge all of my secret plans to you.
I mean, I wasn't asking, but it would be nice. I'm gonna say kind of like to lighten the mood as a charismatic thing to say in our witty back and forth repartee.
I'd offer you a drink if we weren't in a place of God. God, gods, whatever it might be.
And I might accept.
Hmm?
Perhaps we should have prayed in a tea house.
Such a pity that it had to burn down the way it did. Amazing how things don't turn out the way that we really expect them to.
Well,
You and your crew have done a great job unraveling the mystery, putting the puzzle pieces together. But I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Berg. Bringing you up here is exactly what I wanted to do.
well,
Yeah.
glad to hear that.
Oh, yes. Like I said, you are here a lot faster than I thought you would be. At this point in time, I'm going to switch over to...
Give me a sec. I'm still in the bathroom.
No worries. I am just switching over to the scene, at least. So back with Arwen and Nicole. 3 minutes have...
Me twice.
Arwen
Arwen and Josie. Obviously, Josie's occupied at the moment. So, Arwen, 3 minutes have passed.
Wait. You didn't give me a chance to try to communicate.
Oh, would you?
Yeah, Rob wanted to
Oh.
try. He wanted to know when 3 minutes was up before I did something.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, Rob, I don't need to change the scene. 3 minutes is up.
Okay, I will attempt to send the communication. I'll say, what was I gonna say? Well, I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter, but based on how long this conversation is going on, I was gonna say like, something like, I don't know, let's say 10 more minutes.
Okay. Nicole,
Do I get-
Arwen will not get that message. And 3 minutes have passed.
Okay,
I'm back, by the way.
Oh, good.
welcome back.
Yeah, I just finally, for the first time today, realized, you know what? I can switch audio to my phone and listen at least.
Yeah, that's what I did in the car.
Yep, that's exactly why I was reminded.
What I did on the plane.
So, Jane and Nicole, you will notice that 3 minutes have passed and still no communication from Oliver.
I don't think Nicole ever specified 3 minutes, so I'm just sitting there waiting for her to tell me that
Nope, I
that
did
time's
not.
up. Yeah, so I'm just waiting.
Arwen. Yeah, Arwen's gonna turn to Josie and be like, "I gave him a 3-minute time limit, and he's not
And-
out. and I feel like it's what happened before all over again.
So, should I ring the bell?
What choice do we have?
We could
Ring the bell.
Okay. Then I will hop up and go over to the bell and just ring the fuck out of it.
Okay. This is
Does it ring?
yeah, no, it does. It rings.
Okay.
Nicole,
Yes.
I need you to roll your dexterity and dodge for me.
Oh man. Let's see. X3 dodge. Where's my dodge? Okay. If the one success.
Okay. With one success, you are able to tell that two individuals are about to emerge from the doors. You can hear them like walking through with their incorporeal bodies and passing through as wraiths do. And you can take several steps back if you want to avoid them before they might attack you.
Also, it super helps to not be on mute when you're trying to play Shadow.
Oh, were you trying to offer me dice?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, two wraiths have emerged. They are currently incorporeal and starting to bring their form back after taking 1 point of damage from the pagoda. Both of them do not look very pleased that you have rung that bell. And the female will draw out what appears to be a spear. And the one who is masked and cloaked will draw out what appears to be a saber, or a fencing saber, as it were. And the two of them look like they're ready to engage and fight the two of you for ringing the bell. Go ahead.
Earlier you'd said that these were more or less open air, but then later you said that Oliver was able to hide in here and cloak himself with the Argos thingy, be invisible. So would I still be able to run in here and do the same damn thing and be invisible for a second?
What you want to do, if that is what you want to do, at the beginning of this turn between the four of us, you may do so.
I just wanted to make sure it was an option. I haven't quite decided yet because I have a lot of options in front of me. And particularly, I'm a fan of that that distance thingy. What's it called?
Of course.
Stretching reality. But there's two of them.
Yeah.
So, you know.
And they do seem armed to the teeth.
Rather.
So, I need the two of you, Jay and Nicole, to roll your wits plus alertness, difficulty 4.
Hey!
Jesus. Wits. Oh, good, I can explode that 10. Alright, you said difficulty 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 4 successes. Damn, Nicole, you rolled well.
I wish I could explode 10s.
All right. Nicole, what's your initiative?
4.
Okay. Jay, what's your initiative?
Also 4.
All right. Nicole, what is your wits?
2.
Jay, what is your wits?
4.
All right. Guess who's going first?
I'm always last.
So, Nicole, since you were going last, you get to decide what you want to do first.
Okay, did I see did Josie actually start running towards the shrine?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
No, she hasn't done anything yet.
Okay, so I don't feel abandoned yet. That's good. All right. I will definitely be taking out my sword.
Okay.
And can I say Can I say if someone attacks me, I attack back, otherwise I'm ready to dodge? Like if someone comes to physically attack me.
That you want to dodge.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good to me. You kind of take a defensive position, as it were, just in case. Yeah. All right. Jay, what are you doing?
I'm actually first going to attempt to send a message through Mindspeak. I am going to say, I'm going to try to hide and cloak myself, nod if you get this. Or nod to acknowledge. Or going to try to hide and cloak, nod if you think that's a good idea.
Okay. So, you're only going to be taking a social action this round, or is there anything else you'd like to do?
That is my Mindspeak, and is that something I have to take a full action for? Just to send that?
You can do something with your body while you're mind speaking.
Okay. Give me 1 second because let's see. Alright, I've got befuddlement, I've got stretching reality. I gotta. How much pathos does stretching reality use?
Let me check.
Okay. Because I don't want to use too much, and I've used more than I planned to.
Yeah.
But also, it's, let's see, one pathos.
Stretching reality costs 1 pathos.
Okay. Stretching reality, only 1 pathos. Oh, good, because I was thinking dark ether, but doesn't really help. And that's 2 pathos. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and reveal my sweeping Eastern axe. Just to be like, I see you're armed. Hello, I am also armed. This is why I'm protecting my friend.
Yeah. All right.
Because I
So
cannot
I
be.
take it that the stretch in reality is not going to be taking place during your turn, then.
During return?
Your turn?
Oh, this time, no.
Okay.
It's very likely to be happening next turn.
Okay.
If I'm able to do 2 things in next turn, it will probably be doing stretching reality on one of them and then running so I can start the Argos cloaking thing. But right now, it's sending the message to her, and I have a weapon too.
Okay. Noted. My heretic on the left is going to take 1, 2, 3 steps forward. I will be attempting a swing at Arwen with my saber. Arwen, you have prepared yourself with a dodge.
Yep.
So you may roll your dexterity plus dodge against me while I try to swing and hit you.
Ada, if you're still there and willing to help, I'm be very much appreciating that.
Oh, you know what? You probably could use some help, couldn't ya?
A little bit.
Sorry, I am pulling up there's the shadow guide. And that is not helpful because reasons. Oh, right, because that is in this one. You know what? How about 4 whole dice? I bet you would really use it.
Yeah, I'm like 4. Jesus. What about 3?
Are you sure? Because, you know, that's gonna hurt real hard.
Nah, I'm willing to do the 3.
Okay.
Can we do 3?
Okay. Okay, sweetheart, you can have 3.
Thank you. Roll 18. Yay! Okay. If that is so, no ones.
Damn.
That's good.
Good to know.
3 successes if it is a 6.
Okay. My 4 beats your 3.
Ah, crap.
Are you wearing any armor?
I don't think so.
Just double checking. In case you are. You are not. So I need you to roll your straight up stamina, please.
All right.
To soak damage.
1 success.
Okay. The good news is you only take 3 damage from this saber striking across you as you dodge out of the way.
Okay.
I'm going to mark that on your sheet as 3 damage. And then my other heretic is going to make a wild dash towards Josie, but I will not be able to take an action because of my wild dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm still a good pace away from Josie, but it looks like she is ready to engage with her spear at this point in time. So while you guys are taking this in at this moment, Josie gets to act first as she sees this heretic rushing towards her. You have drawn your Eastern Axe. You have communicated what you wanted to Arwen. Did you want to you won't know until next her turn.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yep. But if you want to take any steps or paces, you may do so.
What is the max steps?
You can take 3.
3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see, 1, 2. She did a mad dash. Sorry, I'm just thinking here.
No worries.
Is 1, 2, 3 legal, or is that different terrain?
Nope, that's fine.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I want to be slightly further away.
Okay. Sounds fine. So, time stop for... Oh, I'm sorry, Arwen. Obviously, your dodge was not successful, and you've taken some damage. Now that your turn has occurred, do you nod towards Josie?
Yes.
Okay. And because you've already taken your action, you can spend Pathos to heal yourself at this point in time.
Oh, that'd be nice.
You can heal up to 3 points of corpus damage with 3 Pathos. How much would you like to heal if you'd like to?
Well, I have 4 damage, right? I just want to make sure I have that number right.
Do you have 4 damage right now?
Okay, then I will heal 2.
2? Alright.
Why don't you attack him by... Go ahead.
Nope, I was doing math. That leaves me with 7 Pathos left.
Mm-hmm.
Can you steal Pathos from that motherfucker?
I can if I touch him, but that's going to be difficult with that sword.
That'll
Did he
probably
touch
be
you?
for...
No, he didn't. No, he just smacked me with the sword. He didn't touch me.
Oh, my bad.
So, time stop for everybody before we enter round 2. We're going to go back to Oliver and his compatriots. So, Rob, you and my NPC will hear the bells ringing outside of the pagoda. Gren will look to you and say, "Oh, well, it seems like your friends have decided destruction."
Well, perhaps they wouldn't have if you hadn't seemingly cut off my communication. I had intended to lengthen this conversation, but your security has been to the detriment of both of us.
Oh.
Perhaps I hope this doesn't mean you're not interested in that proposal.
Which proposal?
Well, you had mentioned you had a proposal, and I was waiting earnestly to hear what it was.
I did. My mood has shifted ever since I've heard those bells ringing outside. It changes my calculations a little bit. How do you want to play this, Oliver?
Well, it would seem you're no longer comfortable with having a conversation here.
So you wish to take no action towards your friends down below? You don't wish to deter them, stop them?
At this point, could I deter and stop them? The bell's been rung, and I think we both know what's coming from that.
I can help you down there just as easily.
And what sort of help would you provide?
I'll throw you out of a building.
Wait,
You are gifted in Argos, are you not?
Indeed I am.
There you go.
What did he say? I'll throw you out of the building?
Yes.
Okay, Myles, let me try to figure out. Explain. So he's saying he wants me to go down there and tell my friends to stop fighting.
It's your decision. He's saying if you do, that might change his mind. He knows that Benimaru is going to be showing up in less than 5 minutes.
Uh-huh.
Unless that changes, this discussion between the two of you will probably be void. And things will happen outside of that.
Well, telling my friends to stop isn't going to stop Benimaru from coming.
Unless you swayed him.
Unless I swayed Benimaru not to attack?
Correct. And tell him that it was a false alarm.
Hold on, I'm thinking of something. And this might be a diplomacy roll.
It might be.
So give me just a moment to think how I want to word this, since I'm a very diplomatic person.
Just imagining what's his name from The Happening, where he's like, "Just give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute.
No.
Give me a minute, guys."
What? No. Okay, I'll say you have a proposal. You've given me an option, but I think you can see what situation I'm in with the information we have. Perhaps you could at least give me something to persuade me as to why I would want to make such a rash decision as to attempt to deceive a very destructive spirit. I mean, I would hope you can sell me on this proposal before I invest so heavily into it with such an action.
Certainly. How about the ceasing of the destruction of Asakusa itself? Would that convince you?
And why would you do that? Isn't that the crux of your plan?
It's already in motion right now, but I'm willing to stop it thanks to you.
But why would you do that? Is that not your goal? No, I'm not going to say that. Etiquette that back out.
Sure. Done.
And without a word, I'll turn around and I'll jump out To do a cool.
This will be fucking funny if it doesn't work, by the way.
And then Argos down. Or, no, do I have to Argos down? Does a Wraith take damage falling this far?
Yes, it does, actually.
Okay, fine. I was gonna do a cool badass. I'm still gonna Argos and do a badass,
Landing.
Cease your attacks.
Rob, roll your stamina plus Argos, difficulty 6.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Three successes.
All right. You will successfully activate your Phantom Wings for a more delicate landing upon the bottom of the surface. So, let me move you to the scene. Rob, there will be one more round of action before you're able to interact with everybody down below.
Okay.
Just a heads up. So, Nicole and Jay, do you want to reset your initiatives, or are you happy with how they are?
I'm okay with mine. Are you okay with yours?
Remind me, am I before or after the two baddies?
You are after.
Before Arwen.
Well,
You are before Carmen.
I would.
If you
be
want
okay
to switch it, we can.
I am okay with resetting it just on the off chance that we could be before the two baddies.
Okay. So,
It's an alertness.
Because worst case scenario, you go before me, and they're still in front of us.
yeah, there you go. So, as per usual, wits plus alertness, difficulty 4, and I will be re-rolling for my players as well.
Okay. 60-10. Hey, you want some more dice?
I already rolled.
Oh, whoops. Wait, what did you say the difficulty was? 4?
Yes.
Oh, goodness. You should definitely look at my roll because that's hilarious as fuck. 7-4, 7-4, 7-4. Oh, sorry. 7-4, 7-4, 7-7. Anyway.
Okay. Nicole, what is your initiative this time?
4.
Okay. Jay, what is Josie's initiative?
6.
Okay. Good to know. Nicole, you are at the bottom of the order. You get to decide what to do first.
Again, I'm never in the middle. I'm always at the bottom. Okay, so I'm attacking. I'm gonna aim for his leg.
You are attacking him with your saber.
Yes.
All right, good to know. So, my heretic over here is going to make a mad dash toward Josie and attempt to throw her spear at you. My heretic over here is looking like he's ready to dodge and get out of the way of someone trying to attack him.
Okay.
Jay, you are at the top of the order, and you are the highest initiative. What are you doing? And you get to perform it.
All right. Let's see. I definitely want to use the, gosh dang it, one day I'm going to remember the name of this. Stretching reality.
Okay.
Because it looks like he's about to dodge, and this one's, well, because the dude's about to dodge and this one's about to attack and throw a spear. I am absolutely going to do the stretching reality on her.
Okay. Sounds like a good idea. I need you to roll your manipulation plus pandemonium. Difficulty 5. And that'll cost you 1 pathos to activate.
Okay. Hey, Shadow, you want to help me out a little?
Sure, I offer you 4.
You know what? I will take it, and you will probably have some of delicious angst, but that's okay because I want that girl to fucking stop. Oh, god damn it! I can't. I'm gonna have to reroll, or I'm gonna have to buy up manipulation because I want to explode those tens. But you said difficulty 5, so
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Okay.
Thank you, Shadow. You were
You're
uncharacteristically
welcome.
helpful.
Yeah.
I told you that's why I'm here. I'm really here to help you.
Yeah. After spending 1 pathos and activating your power, it seems to be effective at this moment. My heretic, again, is just taking a defensive action at this moment in time. My heretic over here will throw her spear, and it will land over here.
Excellent.
Yeah. Next, Nicole, I need you to roll your dexterity plus melee.
Okay. Oops. Ah, man. 1 success with a difficulty of 6?
Difficulty 5 for you.
Oh, okay. Then 2 successes.
All right. Unfortunately, this heretic is a little bit faster than you expected him to be. He will dodge out of the way as soon as you strike with your sword. He does get a good glimpse of the frost that emits from the blade of your sword, and is even more nervous after seeing that.
Okay.
So, at the end of the round, very serendipitously, everyone will behold a character floating down to the surface itself. Rob, can you describe your phantom wings for the rest of the group?
I didn't. Yeah, my phantom wings are. I think I told. They're sort of like a kind of like bony raven wings that are. They don't have all the feathers on them. Like there's some feathers, but they're also, hanging off a frame of bone. I think that's how I described it last time. Does that sound familiar, Myles?
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
good.
And then, so can I land now and do my
Yes.
social thing?
Yeah, and your shadow will whisper to you, so cheesy, but I gotta give you an A+ for effort.
What did he say? You broke up a
He
little
said,
there.
so cheesy, but I gotta give you an A+ for effort.
Thank you, much appreciated. And I'm going to yell in a commanding tone, as I kind of want to land here in the middle of everyone and say, "Stop! You are interfering with my negotiations with the Arterius." And I'll say that angrily to everyone.
Okay.
And I'm also pulling rank on, in particular, on the heretics in a way by naming their boss that I have business with him. So they're what's the word I'm looking for? Interfering with that, and this needs to stop now. Do they
Okay.
listen?
We're gonna find out.
And if not, I'll make a leadership roll.
Yeah. Jay or Nicole, are you contesting against Oliver the moment he does this?
Well, I'm not contesting it, but I'm also preparing stretching reality. I'm not actually doing or sending it, but I am I'm preparing it for the other guy, just in case.
All right.
But I'm otherwise just going to sit here right where I'm at, in fact, because I know this lady's good and stuck, and I'm giggling.
Okay.
I'm contesting it because I don't trust that this is the real Oliver.
All right. So, Rob, I need you to roll your manipulation plus leadership.
Okay. Is this
Ooh,
manipulation? Because I'm not lying. I'm being charismatic. And I mean, okay, from a role-playing perspective, my charisma and manipulation is the same thing, but I'm being more a force of personality than subterfuge.
Yeah, charismatic is good.
Okay.
And then Nicole, you're going to want to roll your charisma or your wits plus subterfuge.
Oh, they're both the same number.
And I'm going to be rolling
I'm
for my
not
heretics.
charismatic or witty.
Rob?
Yes.
Oh, you already rolled. Never mind, your shadow is going to give you some dice.
Oh, I would have taken them, but 4 successes.
Okay, 4 successes.
I would like some dice, though, for my shadow if it's willing.
You know what? Screw this guy. You can have 4 dice, 5 dice, 4 dice. What you want, honey?
You know what? 5, because I don't trust the situation. I lost contact with him. I don't know who this is.
5 dice it is.
You get
Thanks.
1, and that would be difficulty is a 6.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2, 3, 4. I got 3 successes.
Okay. So, Rob, you said you had 4?
4 successes.
Okay, that beats my 3 for my heretics as well. So, Nicole, both you and I are compelled to cease combat and listen to Oliver. You can still distrust that this is the real Oliver, but you still feel compelled to listen to him either way. That what he is saying is true and honest.
Okay.
I'm going to turn first with to the heretics.
Yeah?
Or specifically the one who's not confused. And I'm going to say, it seems your nigh paranoid security has complicated the conversation I was attempting to have. We have less than 5 minutes to do this, and I need to confer privately with my group as part of the negotiations. It would be wise to take your compatriot and get back inside and guard the door so that we may converse and in private before a destruction spirit comes here looking to wreak holy vengeance.
Okay. He will depart. Yep, he departs.
Did he take his friend?
Yep. The heretic on the right will pick up her spear.
Yep. No, she didn't.
Off the ground.
Just kidding.
She will pick up her spear, giving Josie a very snide look with her face.
With 6 successes, she can move on her own? Really?
And she will make her way up into the entrance, both of them shutting the doors, leaving the 3 of you in privacy for the moment.
Okay, I'll step over here towards the shrine and then sort of indicate for both of them to come closer.
I'm flipping off the doors as I walk towards you.
Don't do that yet.
Too late.
I haven't put my sword away. It's still out.
Once they're there, my demeanor is going to change from commanding, and I'm basically going to say, "Okay, here's the deal. There's some. Do I know what cut me off from the communications, Myles?
Most likely someone who has a similar ability to Arwen.
Okay. Well, I don't know it was the mushroom person with the candles.
No, you don't.
Okay. Well, then I'll just say this: something cut off my communications at about 3 minutes. I wanted you to give me 10, but you apparently never got the message, which is unfortunate because I was having a discussion with basically at the top up there. There are multiple people. There's this, I'm going to describe the 3 people because I think at least one of them was someone she saw in her memories. The lady with the glowy neck and the headdress.
Okay.
Does that sound familiar to you? But never mind. At the top of there is a Bren Alabaster. He's the Arterius of Ice. He wanted to give me a proposal right about then. I mean, not your fault. You didn't get my message. The bell rang. And for that proposal to continue, and this is going to sound crazy, we will have to deter or convince the Benimaru that it was a false alarm and there's nothing here. He claims that if we listen to his proposal and agree to it, he will call off the destruction of Asakusa. He also claims his plans are already in motion. I'm not telling you to hold off Benimaru. I'm presenting it as an option. Right now, we have a decision to make. When Benimaru gets here, we can point inside and say heretics and send him in, or we can try to deter him and then go back to this Gren Alabaster and hear out his proposal and try to suss out more about what's really going on here.
A quick question. Which one was the arterial whatever or something? Was that the candle guy?
Candle guy? No. He was up on the top floor above the candle guy. And also the candle guy was a candle girl.
Oh, okay.
I think, if I remember the picture, I think
No, you're correct.
candle guy had breasts.
That doesn't
Yes.
mean anything.
So that's hold on, I'm trying to remember the other most of the rest of the conversation was barbs traded back and forth. They were already aware of who I am. I believe at least one if not multiple of those people were in the rooms that captured me. They did know Inico was involved. I didn't really get a chance to question them much more than that. But he's a rather jovial fellow who seems confident that he's got all the cards here, and whether he's lying or not, he also seems confident that his plans have already been set in motion and are successful. So what do you think? What's the play here? Do we? Because I'll tell you my thoughts on the matter, okay? And then we can decide whichever way we want to go. On one hand, I'm a little worried about deceiving a particularly unforgiving destruction spirit, but on the other hand, I feel like we might be in an opportunity to pick our battles here. In the sense that if we can push this battle back, we can get this information and then decide what to do at least we'll have more information to stop what's going on, because I don't think eliminating these people will deter their plan. If you know what I'm saying. We can control where we want to start this battle. Here, or do we want to figure out what his proposal is and push it down the line?
Why not both? Why not see if we can delay Benimaru by, I don't know, 2-3 minutes and see if you can get more information, and then point, LOL heretics, we just wanted to get more information.
Hey, Myles, while all this was happening, can I attempt rewind on Oliver?
Yeah. Give me a second to pull that up.
And Myles, I have a quick question while you're that up. Did I get the sense from the Arterius that he's not going to deal until Benimaru is gone? Like, if we're still talking to him out front, he's not going to make his proposal.
It depends on what you do with Benimaru.
Well, I'm saying if Benimaru is out here and they're trying to delay him but haven't told him to go away yet, am I going to be able to negotiate with Gren during that time?
You don't know. It will probably not bode well if Benimaru is standing outside of the pagoda and you're heading back up there.
Can you Can you enshroud a spirit?
It would be very difficult, but
yeah,
it is possible.
Okay, two-part question. Can you enshroud a spirit, and does the spirit necessarily know if it's enshrouded?
You're not sure, because this spirit is very different from any wraith.
Guaranteed Benimaru will know just about anything we do, because compared to Benimaru, we are mere maggots.
Nicole, I need you to roll Perception plus Mnemosis. Difficulty is a 9.
Yeah, I know. I realized, and I was like, ugh.
Can I do anything to help with that?
No.
Okay.
No, it's against your willpower.
Well, that's what I
So I'm
figured.
like, it's gross. Of course. 0 successes.
Okay. Nothing seems to really happen when you activate this power.
Oliver Berg is a steel trap.
It just makes me distrust you. I don't know if it's you or not.
So, in this moment, while everyone is discussing their strategy of what they'd like to do and how this is going to play out, a very familiar looking spirit will appear, carrying a banner with him that is very familiar to many of you. And he just kind of holds the banner at his side as if it were a weapon of sorts, and just looks at the group as a whole and says, "This better be good."
I'm just gonna look at Oliver
Well-
and be like, "It's your game."
I'm gonna look to. I mean, I'll look to the two of them, like, kind of quick, and see, how they want to play it.
I'm just gonna shrug.
What about Arwen?
Very distrustful and not saying anything. Not putting away the sword either. Just kind of, yeah, just standing there.
What, are we going to war against someone, or what's going on here, guys? Tell me.
Well, sorry, Myles. Give me a moment to think here.
Mhm.
Okay, I get it. I would assume, based on my knowledge of Benimaru, that I'm not going to be able to reason with them and say, "Hey, hold off. They're in here, but we might be able to." He doesn't work on manipulation. He's a straightforward. If it's here, I must destroy it.
Yes.
But also, if as I believe, I think based on the rolls I made, I believe Gren Alabaster when he said his plans have already been achieved.
Yes.
So in my mind, I think the only way to save this town is to deceive Benimaru, because so if I'm looking at a utilitarian best case protect the town situation, then the right decision would be to deceive Benimaru. I think.
Okay.
So I'll say, we believe we have spotted someone here at the pagoda, but they fled just as we arrived. We were hoping you would be able to get here in time to stop them, but I believe they were headed towards the center of town. Maybe they're going to the festival where there are the most people to create more of those jikokus.
Mm.
Sorry to have bothered you. I would have hoped we could have kept them here, but they were so their methods of egress were just they were teleporting and moving out of the place, and we're out of here before we knew what to do.
Rob, I need you to roll your manipulation plus subterfuge.
Okay, I'm going to spend a willpower for a success up front.
Probably a smart idea.
Does anyone want to assist with me?
No.
Okay, I will. Okay, fine. I'll remind you though. We're all in. We're now officially all in this together. Okay. I'm rolling.
Okay.
That's 3 successes minus 1 for 2 successes.
Okay. This exchange, Benimardo will stare directly at Oliver Berg. He doesn't say a word. But he does bend his knees and jump straight into the air and begins to fly towards the direction of the central part of town. Again, doesn't say a word to Oliver after that exchange.
Well, that went well.
Okay. I think we can continue our negotiations. Question
Okay.
is, how many? Who wants to be in the room, and should we leave someone behind? I mean, I don't even know if he'll answer the bell again.
I'm walking over here to the bell, as if to say,
Going
"Y'all have
with you.
fun."
I don't.
You're coming with me?
Rob, you're entering the pagoda?
I am, but I want to see who else wants to sit in on these negotiations.
Arwen's going with Oliver. But can
Okay.
am I able to reset mind speak with Josie or no?
Right now, your mind speak has dissipated. So if you want to create mind speak again, you have to reactivate the power as a whole.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Give me 1 second so I can pull that up.
Let me see.
I'm just also making notes of who's going to be entering the pagoda.
Looks like it should be perception and mnemosis, I believe.
Grabbing that right now.
Right now, Josie's just kind of cranky because first she gets hacked at, then she gets these weird, creepy people, and then they shut the doors on her and make her hurt some more, and it is just not a good day for Josie. So she's sitting here cranky because she doesn't like having, not necessarily betraying Benimaru, but not being completely upfront, and she thinks that's totally going to backfire, and she doesn't like it.
Well, then you should have.
Nicole, roll your perception plus mnemosis, difficulty 6.
She also is
Jesus
realizes.
Oh, wow.
Josie recognizes
Can I use
that.
You want to blow a willpower to reroll?
Yeah, but I didn't mean to interrupt. Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, Josie also recognizes the need for additional information. So despite her dislike of the situation, she understands that this is a necessary, well, maybe not necessary, but this is going to be very helpful if it works. But if it doesn't work, she's just going to be annoyed. So she's going to look at Oliver and be like, this better help.
Okay. Nicole, reroll 3d10, please.
Okay, well,
Okay.
um,
Your power does not activate, and nothing happens. You don't lose any pathos, but nothing occurs.
yep, that stinks. I will look at Josie and say, I can't connect with you right now, so we're gonna kind of be on our own.
All right, 15 minutes sound like it should be enough time, or you 30 minutes?
30
How much time
minutes
do you want
sounds
me-
like a long time.
Yeah,
It
let's
does.
do
20 minutes?
let's do 15.
15 minutes?
Yes.
But tell them if I don't hear from you in 15 minutes, I'm ringing this bell. Let there be no ambiguity, because as much as I think this is going to be extremely helpful for us, if you're there for 15 minutes and I hear nothing, I am ringing that bell.
Okay. I'm gonna head towards the doors if we're ready to go in.
Okay.
Are the doors
let's
open?
go in.
Nope, they are closed.
Then I'm going to call,
Oh,
open the doors, please. I don't think we'll need to be injuring ourselves to negotiate.
You are met with silence.
I'll try it one more time. Can I
You
make like a
flicker up?
commanding note?
Yeah, you don't need a roll for it. There's no response.
Oh, shit.
can I use sense intellect?
You may. Give me 1 second, Nicole. I need to fix something on your character sheets for the better.
Oh, good. Can you flicker straight up?
He could if he wanted to. That would involve a lot of successes, but he could if he wanted to.
Fair enough.
Give me 1 second to adjust something. With the character sheets. And Nicole, you said sense intellect,
Yes.
right? I need you to roll your perception plus mnemosis, difficulty 6.
Where are all these ones coming from? This sucks. I've got 1 success.
With 1 success, you are able to place your hand close to the door of the pagoda, and you extend your powers out into the room. There's no one there.
I will turn to Oliver and say, the room is empty.
Do I still have my wings up?
No, you deactivated at this point in time.
I'm going to go in.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Rob, to change the scene.
Oh, I follow. But also, would I be able to roll the second Dark Passion on Jay?
In 1 moment, let me adjust something to your
Yep,
character
no problem.
sheets.
Oh, no! Passions.
Right.
Actually, come to
Nicole,
think
you
of it,
said your
there's a-
Nicole,
Okay.
you said your second one?
Yeah, the second one.
All right, let me check. Yes.
You
Give me a roll for that, Nicole.
Cool.
I realized that the second Dark Passion could probably be rolled for her as well. For Arwen.
How'd you do, Nicole?
0 successes.
That's okay. Let me check for Josie and her shadow guide really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I've done a lot of dumb things in game before, but this might be my...
Your big one.
Mm-hmm.
So, Nicole, I'm sorry, Jay, I'm looking at them. Do you have a particular example for this?
We didn't actually tell Benimaru that
Oh.
that they were
Yes.
hierarchy was in there.
Yes, please roll those dice.
All right. Remind me, I'm just rolling that Dark Passion number.
40-10.
And difficulty level is
6.
1 success.
All right. You will gain 1 point of angst. So give me 1 second now to change the scene, now that I've caught everybody up,
Okay.
stats-wise. And Josie is going to remain outside of the pagoda when this occurs.
Yep.
Awesome.
Waiting 15 minutes.
No worries. Oliver and Arwen will enter the pagoda, taking 1 point of damage, and they will notice that it is empty.
I'm going to start rushing up the stairs.
Are you following him, or what's your intent?
Sorry, I forgot I was on mute. I'm following.
Okay.
I'm
Give
rushing.
me-
I'm not trying to get ahead of Arwen. So if she's
Okay.
trying to keep up, I'll let her keep up.
No, that's fine. Give me a second to catch up with you guys. So Rob and Nicole, the second floor is also empty.
Well, we're going to continue.
Okay.
How far up did you go?
4 floors. Past some... outside on a balcony. Past some weird candle person. Who stared at
Oh, the
me.
candle guy. Yeah,
And-
he's the one that was trying to sever my connection to you two.
Well, then he succeeded against me.
Floor appears to be empty as well.
Up, up, up.
Okay. You're showing Arwen the way?
Yes.
All right.
What's the name of the captain?
Which captain?
Which captain?
Captain on the ship.
Oh,
That would be Captain
No,
Ecto
I got
Moritz.
him. No, I'm trying
Sorry.
to figure out if it's really Oliver.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're asking Oliver.
Yeah.
Well, I have it written down, so I'll just look it up in my list.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were trying to confirm identity rather than, just
Nah, she's still
asking.
been suspicious.
Captain Ector. So when I assume when it's empty, I get up here.
Yeah, I'm trying to move the scene over to that for you guys.
I will say now that she heard the answer from Oliver, she's less suspicious. She thinks it's really him.
Okay, good. What is more curious for the two of you, especially Arwen, is the room is empty.
I'm just gonna kind of stand there and put my head in my hands and look down.
Can I try Sense Intellect one more time now that we're in a new room?
Yes, you may.
All right.
If I remember correctly, that's going to be your perception plus
Perception.
mnemosis. Difficulty
Difficulty
6. That is correct.
Load that pen. All right, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 successes.
Okay. With 5 successes, Arwen is able to determine that this pagoda is completely empty, besides the two of you standing here, and Josie at the very bottom, standing there by herself.
All right, Arwen turns to Oliver and says, "There's no one here. No one hiding. It's just you and me and Josie."
Oh, I've made a terrible mistake.
Yeah, it seems like it.
I'm gonna look at Arwen and say, if Benny Morrow figures out I lied to him, you're to
Rob.
tell him I deceived you.
Rob, in the back of your head.
Uh-huh.
So proud of you.
Is that the voice of the...
Shadow. So proud of you.
I'm gonna ignore that voice.
We
And
all
I-
do. We all do try to ignore that voice, Rob.
But I'm gonna say to Arwen, if Benny Morrow figures out that he was lied to, tell him I deceived you, and make sure Josie knows to say that too.
I mean, I will be telling the truth when I say that I wasn't even sure you were the actual Oliver.
Don't even tell him that you had a voice in that decision. Tell him I deceived you.
Can you guys come down and have that conversation so I can be part
And then
of
I'll
it?
come down.
Did you just jump out the window? Because I'm not following.
Ah, I forget how we got up here. Does this go all the way to the ground floor? Let's just nose down. Yeah, in a feat of I'll just throw myself into a destruction throwing for my
Yeah.
foolish actions. No, I'm just joking.
So are we exiting out the window, or are we going out through the front, like where you guys came?
Arwen's going down the stairs. She doesn't have.
I'm going down the stairs with Arwen.
Let me send you back. Each of you will take a point of damage from walking through the door, sorry. And you will regroup with Josie.
This is me assuming that you're there. Yeah.
They conned me.
Here.
All right. What did you see inside?
They fled. It's completely empty.
So, all right. Well, when nobody answered, I had a hunch. Here's what I'm going to suggest we do. I suggest we go to Junko and tell Junko the entire story, leaving nothing out, including the fact that we decided that your plan, we decided that we would deceive Benimaru explicitly to try to get more information, and we were hoping that that would prevent everything. Let's not try to make ourselves out to be the savior. Let's try to make ourselves out to be the imperfect people we are, but to Junko, because it's not like we were trying to steal anything from them. We were just trying to get more information that we knew Benimaru would kill everybody, and hopefully just delay his destruction rather than, prevent him from destructing everything. I feel like Junko will be able to pass this information on to Benimaru, and, there will be repercussions for us, I'm sure, but I feel like it would be best coming from Junko to Benimaru. What y'all think?
I think that is a good idea to approach Junko, but you don't have to throw yourself into this for the blame too. You can tell them I deceived you if you want. Because if Benimaru becomes angry, there'll be no talking myself out of this one. And I was the one who lied to him.
We're a circle. We're in this together. I did not disagree. I will tell him that it was something we knew he would destroy everything, and I didn't like it, but I also decided to shrug rather than, go directly to him. And we're not his people. Surely he understands at least that much. I think that coming from Junko, it will be okay.
I trust that Junko might understand. I do. Yes. I do not believe Benimaru will, but I agree with you. We should, if we're going to talk to someone, we should talk to Junko.
So I will go in here and konnichiwa. May I speak to Junko, please?
You have an appointment?
I do not, but she may allow this if she is made aware that we are here to.
Excuse me, sir. Can you take a step back?
I didn't go all the way. I was just getting into the room.
Thank you.
Huh? Wanna go? Wanna fight? No. Done enough.
I'm just gonna smack Oliver and just
I didn't do that.
I believe that she will agree to see us under the circumstances if the message could be passed. I will stay here. And wait, do I have any more money? Hold on. Mon coin. Let's see. 26 Oboli. Do I not have any Mon anymore?
I'm checking.
Because I know I had exchanged some, but... don't see any. Weird. Well, I was going to offer her, Amon or two or three to pass the message, but since I don't seem to have anyone, I will say I apologize for my intrusion. Is there any way I could ask to pass a message to her?
Give me 1 second, Jay. I am just looking back on the old chat log to find your Mon. And I am not having any success.
Yeah.
Oddly. So, give me one more moment. You were at 7 Mon coin.
Okay, perfect. So I will ask her if there is any way to expedite my request. And if she asks for money, I will. Well, I'll just go from there.
Yeah. She will look to you with a curious look on her face. She'll attach a wooden plate to a clip behind her and tug on the rope that it's attached to, and you'll see it go flying up into the ceiling. And she'll look to you and say, that'll be 5 Mon coin.
I will sigh, but also give her the 5 Mon coin.
Okay. And she will smile in return and say she'll be right here.
Excellent.
So, after a couple of minutes, Kirigi Junko will make her way over to the front. She will bow graciously to your circle.
I will bow right back and look back to make sure that Oliver and Arwen are also bowing.
Yep. Super low.
Yes.
And she will address the group and say, how goes your investigation?
We have information that we felt would be in our best interest to tell you first, but this information may be best discussed in a more what's the word I'm thinking of?
Private?
It's saying,
Discreet?
Discreet location?
yeah, follow me this way.
Okay. Walk this way.
Arwen. Bye, Arwen.
Rob, your voice is super far away.
I was talking quietly. I was saying, bye, Arwen.
Oh, bye, Arwen. Gotcha.
I heard. I was like, I'm writing notes. Give me a second.
I know, I'm teasing.
It's
sorry.
okay.
The three of you will join Junko in a conference room. You will take your shoes off and sit at the table with her on some very comfortable cushions. She'll extend a hand to you in your circle and say, please, go on.
Well, before I begin, please let me say in advance that we have made a mistake and we are truly sorry, and we are likely to have incurred Benimaru's wrath, but we also did not want to be perceived as continuing to be deceitful. So we wanted to tell you the full, entire story because you seem to be the most reasonable person. So I will begin that when last we left, we headed straight for the pagoda. And we went into the pagoda, and immediately I saw these rather interesting people wearing non-local garb. But Arwen
Yes, the missionaries.
Well, Arwen knows more about them, and she immediately recognized them for who they truly are.
Oh.
Arwen,
They
would
told
you like-
Benny and myself that they were missionaries.
They might consider themselves missionaries. They may not have been lying necessarily. They may have been telling the truth that they consider to be. However, Arwen, would you like to share your knowledge of who these people truly are?
They're heretics, specifically from the West. And
Okay.
what Oliver is telling us, they're actually heretics that work under the Arterius of Frost, or one of the Arteriuses of Frost.
Oh, fantastic.
Is in confusion.
So,
No, fantastic.
Forgive me, Arwen. I am going to share some information that they probably already knew. Arwen is able to speak with us directly mind to mind, and she let myself and presumably Oliver know that these are in fact heretics. But because I felt it was in our best interest to see what we could and simply exist as if we were no more than tourists, we went up into the pagoda as far as we could until I was met by a lady who she let me know that the topmost floor was reserved for their private use, and let me know that they had permission from Benimaru himself to reserve it. And so I I asked if there was any other place to see the views so that they would further believe that I am merely a tourist. And they did, in fact, take me up to the top where there was a wraith that was covered in candles. But I saw the view, it was gorgeous, and I did my best to make it seem as if I were simply gaining pathos from looking at the magnificent heights. As I tried to leave, however, they tried to keep me and separate me from Arwen. But luckily, Arwen and I were able to pass a few more messages, and so I played up the role of tourist, and she played up the role of she was tired, and we were able to leave. However, once we got to the end, the doors had been closed behind us, and there were no people in the mortal realm that we could find that had closed them for us. And, well, I pretended to be annoyed at locals playing a prank on us, and simply pretended to pout. And what I did was, once we left the building, I ended up sitting by the bell in case of, or so that, because Oliver wanted to go inside and check out some more himself. And from this point for a bit, I will let Oliver and Arwen tell the story, as I was sitting outside awaiting. No, wait, hold on. Sorry. It was just. I'm going to let Oliver tell the story, as Arwen and I sat outside, and Arwen had set a time limit of 3 minutes, and if she did not hear back in 3 minutes, she would ring the bell. So
He looks over to Oliver Berg with interest.
And I'll just be like, Oliver, why don't you tell her what you experienced from the time that you left us?
I immediately went into the building. I mean, we knew they didn't belong there, and they knew we didn't belong there. And I cut to the chase. I sort of just made public the elephant in the room. I asked them, "What are you doing here?" I called them out. They brought me up to the top of the pagoda, and there I met multiple people. One of them, there were multiple other of these heretics up there, but 3 of them in particular were of interest. One looked like they had antlers on them and were covered in chalky substance. I don't know how familiar you are with the appearance of the pilgrims you've seen already. The other had a ornate headdress and almost some sort of glowing thing on their neck. I believe this might be one of the people who had kidnapped me. And the third was, and then I'll describe his appearance, and his name was Gren Alabaster. He is the Arterius of Frost, who was running these operations. I was going back and forth talking with him, negotiating, trying to get as much information as I could out of him when he kept alluding to a proposal he had. And he also alluded multiple times to the fact that while our plans were just beginning, his had already happened and succeeded. And he didn't say succeeded, did he, Myles? No. I'll just say he said his plans had already happened. And as much as I tried, I do not believe he was being deceitful in that comment. He was going to offer the proposal. I wanted to get as much information as I could out of the heretics, because I did not believe. I believed destroying them then and there would not stop the plan and would end that course of investigation. I communicated with Arwen and said to give us another 10 minutes to talk. But what I had not realized is that my connection had been cut off, apparently by some type of heretic that looked like it was covered in faceless, and it had like a giant crescent on the top of its head, and candles on its shoulder, and it almost looked green and fungusy. And it somehow cut my connection to communicate with Arwen, so she didn't get the message. And 3 minutes out, we rang the bell to call Benimaru. It was at that point the conversation sort of fell apart, and a fight between the heretics happened outside.
You really fucked that up, didn't you?
And
real piece of shit. You can feel it, I can feel it.
Not going to deny it, but I am going to ignore you. I was trying desperately to get him to continue his proposal. I wanted to know what he had to say, what his plans are. But he said he would not deal with me under those conditions, and that I must deter Benimaru before he would tell me anything more. To which I asked him, why would I ever do such a thing? You're going to have to give me more information than that. And he said his plans had already been put into motion, and that he would be willing to... Uh-oh, my monitor just went to sleep. I hope I didn't get cut off. He would be willing to turn away and leave Asakusa to Myles, did he say save Asakusa, or I'm trying to think of the exact wording he said. It was
not destroy or light a flame Asakusa?
He said he would not destroy or light a flame in Asakusa. That was what his proposal was, but he would not say the details. So I returned to the bottom of the pagoda. I stopped the fight with the heretics and my circle mates, and I presented the proposal to them that I'll sort of turn, I guess at this point to, before I say I presented the proposal, I'll say I went down, I broke up the fight between the heretics in my group, and then I'm going to turn to Arwen and Josie, sort of to say, they can continue the conversation, because I don't want to be the one to throw the blame on them if they want to. Then I'll let them describe it.
You really worked that out perfectly, didn't you?
Oh, Oliver.
You really helped out.
Oliver did propose that we make it seem to Benimaru that there was no problem here, so that we could continue with the proposal. And I don't think Arwen was much for it, but I didn't want to betray is not the right word. I didn't want to deceive Benimaru, but I will admit my priority is to my own land first, and I really honestly thought we would be able to get more information and then simply delay Benimaru so that we could both get the information and have Benimaru destroy all of them. And so this lies also on me, because I did not want to, but I did agree to it. And I admit that it is our failing. But Benimaru did arrive, and I wasn't happy, but I did agree, so I shrugged and let Oliver tell Benimaru a falsehood that the person that was there escaped to the middle of town. And so Benimaru, I don't know that he believed it, but he did leave. And then Oliver and Arwen went back inside to finish quote-unquote negotiations. And it wasn't much time later that they re-emerged, and it seems the entire pagoda is empty now. And so essentially, we have made a mistake, and we have come to both confess our wrongdoing, our mistake, and to share this with you.
Well, we don't have that much time then, do we? She will clip a piece of board to a clip, tug on it, and the rope will retract and pull up. She'll then come back to the circle after doing this and say, two things need to happen before we make any final decisions. First, and she will turn to Josie, I need you to use your purification as a castigator to wrangle my shadow
Absolutely.
into one place. And then second, she turns to Arwen. I need you to inherit my memories before it's too late.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Both of these things must go off without a hitch for this to be successful. Do we understand each other?
Yes, and I will
We do.
remind you that this will, the purification will cause some corpus damage, and I want to make sure you're aware.
I'm not worried about the corpus harm that you could cause to me, she says very sadly.
Understandable.
I just want you to do one thing for me. And she looks over to Oliver.
Yes.
If I become shadow eaten because this procedure doesn't work the way that it's supposed to, I need your circle to destroy me as a specter as soon as possible. And then you must run from here. As to not endure his wrath. Can you do that?
Yes.
She will bow courteously to all three of you and turn to Josie. First, the purification.
Yes. And I will take
Jay,
it.
I need you to roll. Jay, I need you to roll your charisma plus castigate. Difficulty 10. You may spend a willpower for an automatic success. If you'd like to.
Only one willpower?
You can only spend one willpower.
Okay. Well,
Hey, I can
Yeah,
also
that's
help out, right?
that's exactly what I was doing, was saying I was taking a deep breath and in my head saying, okay, Shadow, this is important. What can you help me with?
It does seem really important, does it?
It does.
You know what? I'll give you... Let's go 6.
You can go 5.
Oh, really? I thought... Okay, what I'm looking at on here does not...
No,
match
it's
that.
a
I'm
maximum
so
of
sorry.
5. Maximum of
Some of
5 or...
dice.
Oh, okay. I was just making... Alright. Then 5. You get 5.
I'm going to need it. And you said castigate plus what? Which one was it? Charisma?
It's going to be your charisma plus castigate plus 5 shadow dice.
Alright, 4, 3, 7, 12. Whew! Alright.
We're looking for 10s.
Yep. Yeah, we are. And I am blowing a willpower for 1 automatic success.
All right, noted.
Because, dear God, this is important. Alright. 12d10. 1 automatic success. Well, you get 1 angst. And, well, I get exactly 1 success because I have 110. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, yes. 110, 1 automatic success, 1 1. So that is 1 success.
Okay. 1 success will be sufficient to hold her shadow at bay during this sequence. Next, Arwen.
Yep.
Nicole, you're going to have to activate a power to gain these memories.
Oh, wait, really?
Yep.
Oh, I thought it was just the, my hand.
You would think
Okay.
so.
Which one is it?
For you, it's going to be
is
your...
it Soul Keeper?
Go ahead. Let me check really quickly. So this will be your intelligence plus mnemosis. I am willing So the difficulty is going to be a 5.
Okay.
They will only cost you 1 pathos and 1 willpower to activate this power on me.
All right. I would like to use 1 willpower to get 1 automatic success.
Sounds good.
And this, let me double check how much willpower I just used.
Yep. Just been marked on your sheet.
So I am down to... Oops. Ooh. Okay. All right.
Yep.
And then let me roll that. One, two, three, 4, 5 successes, including the automatic willpower one.
Excellent. You will successfully tap into the Nemoi and gain access to this memory passage. Jay, you will also gain 1 temporary angst for this power usage.
Okay.
Nicole, you will travel to a very familiar area that you have been to several times. And it is very familiar to you. And there are 2 doors in front of you that are available in this amalgamation of sounds and distasteful memories, full of sounds and discomfort. You were able to view 1 door of molliation and 1 door of outrage. Which door would you like to travel through first?
Let's go the first one.
Molliation. As you travel into this door and push past it hard with your hand, getting past the clockwork and mechanics of this dimension that you are trapped in, you experience a memory through the eyes of Junko Kirigiri. In this memory, Nicole, Charon examines himself in a mirror. He looks to be like a squat Japanese soldier, dressed in early 20th century uniform, with no resemblance to his usual self. Junko is not able to fully recognize him at all until he speaks with his very own familiar voice. Thank you, Kirigiri. It's a marvelous disguise that you've made for me. A completely neutral voice from Charon, betraying no clue about the nature of its owner. And then Junko will respond somewhere behind Charon, saying, "You're welcome. It was an interesting challenge. Not quite my usual line of work." Charon laughs. "Nor mine. But if the fools in their palaces want to fight each other, I'd as soon be out of the way for a while." After all, who could pay you if they decided to remove me as a obstacle? Now let us attend to my voice. And as Junko Kirigiri reaches out and grabs the throat of Charon, feel a very familiar and unnerving tug at your very soul. Nicole, I need you to roll your permanent willpower, please.
If it is a 6, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 successes.
Okay. Jay, when you get a chance, I need you to roll 6d10.
I was saying rolling 60-10 as I was typing. Difficulty level what?
6, please.
Oh, well, 5 successes, so I hope that's good.
No, that's bad. That's bad for me.
Nicole, would you like to spend 1 willpower to re-roll 3 dice?
Oh, man. Double check. How much do I have again? Oh, this is rough. Okay, yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Re-roll 3 d10 for me. You're looking for at least 1 success. 1 success out of those 3 dice.
Nope. No success.
Okay. In this moment, you are stuck in the memory and you relive it over and over again for an elongated period of time to the point that you could almost practically memorize it if you wanted to. You feel like you are going to be stuck in this memory on repeat for the rest of your afterlife, enduring the same speech, the same laughter, the same conversation as you did before. You've never had this experience or difficulty before, ever, in all your work with the Mnemosis. Nicole, please re-roll your willpower again. Difficulty is going to be at a 7 instead of a 6 this time.
Okay. Oh my god.
Wow.
You want to roll willpower and re-roll 3.
Yeah, that's a botch.
You'd only get to reroll 2,
Yeah.
and it's not a bot. It's a
You only get to re-roll 2 die. It's 0 successes right now. If you blow willpower, you can re-roll 2 die.
Oh my god. Okay, just to make sure that what I'm seeing on my character sheet matches is correct. I currently have 2 left, right?
Correct.
All right, I guess I have to.
All right. Blow willpower. Re-roll 2d10 for me. You're looking for 7 or higher.
Nope. I got a 1.
Okay. Jay, I need you to please roll 6d10, difficulty 6.
Oh, well. Given that one's arcane
1 success.
is out, I have, 1 success.
Okay.
Surely you can beat this.
No, that was you going against that. So I think I lost again.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yep.
Nicole, at this point in time, you start to look down at your own arms and your own features. And you start to notice that you are no longer yourself anymore. You are Junko Kirigiri. You are stuck in this moment, in this memory, without any autonomy, without your identity, your individuality, stuck replaying this memory over and over again, memorizing every single detail, driving yourself mad. I need you to re-roll your willpower. Difficulty 8. Difficulty 8.
Can the shadow help?
No, it's my willpower.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
I got
Finally.
3 successes.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Jay, I need you to roll 6d10. Difficulty 6.
Well, the good news is I only got 1 success.
Oh.
You get 0.
No, difficulty 6. Oh,
Difficulty.
wait, yeah. Sorry, you're right. I got 0 successes. My bad. I did
Okay.
say that other one.
Nicole, after
Uh-huh.
what seems to be an eternity in your mind, you are finally able to rip yourself out of this experience. And you hold yourself for a second, wondering if you are capable of pulling yourself out and continuing this journey further, gathering the memories of Charon, the way that it is tormenting you, the way it already has. And you face in front of you one last door that is part of Junko. And that is the door of outrage. Do you open it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go.
Okay. With a little bit of effort left in your energy and your passions, you push forward and enter the door, despite your willpower being drastically lower than you remember it ever being. And the voice of a wraith will speak to you, saying, "Nice choice." This wraith's voice is clearly Japanese in descent. His eyes flickering a brighter for an instant as he looked Junko, Kirigi, over. That's you. Both individuals were outside of a relatively modern shrine located in Tokyo, Japan. Junko had seen the man's figure in the doorway, his eyes emitting a very familiar, faint, steady glow that she recognized immediately. Shaking her head, Junko walked up to the front steps of the shrine and stopped in front of him, annoyance evident in her posture. I mean, that really... you'll do well out here, someone like you. He responded to her body language. Junko looked around at the slightly unkempt building, the iron bones of the scaffolding. I wish I could say the same. Could you possibly pick a more obscure time for meeting up? If I were to be found out in this soon after, she trailed off along with her worries. Aaron will respond, "It's out of the way, and the shroud is remarkably thin here." The man replies with a shrug. "Besides, hardly anyone comes to this part of Tokyo. Even on the other side." "Whatever," Junko says. "What about my proposal?" Higher ups within The Senate were very receptive, the man replied. Especially after the last meeting of the Guildmasters. The debate over going into the labyrinth has stalled. Half of the guilds want to go. Half do not. It'll take weeks to get a consensus. We can set your ideas in motion very easily. Good, Junko responds. It'd be best if we started with the spooks. With the state of the council is in, the guildmasters will be too busy trying to keep their own camps from breaking apart. I say we go after them with everything we can. A full-scale assault on fetters of the major bosses. Or at least threaten them. At first. The man nodded in slight agreement, inwardly smirking at the thought of a disloyal spook crime lord, and his expression when his fetters went up in smoke. The spook had always been a thorn in the Monitor's side. Nothing better than a bunch of punks who do anything for a price. Their have gun, will travel attitude always brought a lot of unwanted attention to those who had good reasons for crossing the shroud. Now it was nearly impossible to get anything done in the Skinlands without meddling from the top. You knew, always knew, where the spooks had been. Everything was in shambles. And there'd be legionnaires crawling all over the place. This is about balance, not abuse of power, he cited to himself, almost convincing himself that this was the absolute truth. It is also at this moment that both Arwen and Kitty realize that this indeed is Charon speaking to them right now. Nicole, I need you to roll your willpower.
Difficulty
Is an 8.
I've got 2 successes.
Okay. Jay, I need you to roll 60-10 for me. Difficulty 7.
Jesus Christ.
Difficulty 7, Jay.
Fuck. I still got 3 successes.
Oh no!
I can't use a willpower.
I would not recommend it.
No.
Nicole, it is at this point in time that maybe it's because of the familiarity between these two characters, the lax conversation between the two of them, the realization that Charon is in disguise speaking to Junko this whole time, that draws you in a deep meditative trance, losing you more and more in one spot and holding you there, almost embedding itself into the very fabric of your brain, not allowing you to let it go, even though you wish to do everything in your power at this point to pull that memory away like a carbuncle and remove it from your flesh. Nicole, I need you to roll your willpower again. Difficulty 9.
Oh boy. Look at that. I got 2 successes.
All right. Yeah, I need you to roll 6d10. Difficulty 7.
Jesus, what the fuck?
You know what, Jay? This sucks. This really sucks.
Well, I got 3 successes, so
Yeah.
why am I rolling good? I need to not roll good.
I will not get this. I'm gonna be stuck in here forever.
Jesus, what the shit? This, why am I suddenly rolling good?
At this point in time,
Difficulty is a 10. The next difficulty is a 10.
Nicole is, as Arwen, you are starting to lose all feeling in your body and what is left of your mind, wondering, what did it mean to be a wraith? What was your purpose? Why were you given a second chance to accomplish things in the Shadowlands in the first place? Are your memories lost forever? Are these memories of Charon all that you have left? And you are enslaved to witness them again and again like this for the rest of eternity. Nicole, I need you to roll your willpower. Difficulty 10.
Oh man, this is not looking great. Just give me 110. Just 110. Nope. I got 0 successes.
Jay, I need you to roll 6d10. Difficulty 7.
Can we pretend that one didn't take because I got 1 success? But I rolled before you said.
I don't understand.
Nah, it counts.
I knew you were about to say, roll 60-10, so I preemptively rolled, and then you said, and I was like, God damn it, I got 1 success. So I got 1 success and she got none. So basically, God damn it. I'm so sorry, Arwen. Nicole.
I'm gone.
This is not how I wanted this game to end, but...
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, this is what everyone will witness on the outside. Josie and Oliver will watch Junko Kirigiri and Arwen join arms and hands together as they are enacting this trade of memories. And there is a disturbance that occurs between the two of them. At first, it appears to be almost a physical ailment that is occurring between the two of them. And then, almost automatically and immediately, you will see Arwen disintegrate and disappear, while Junko remains in the room with you. All of Arwen's belongings will drop to the floor. Oliver Berg will shudder in a familiar recalling of what this means the moment that he sees it happen. He remembers the pain of slamming into rocks and sharp crags and cave walls, destroying his corpus from within. Josie, on the other hand, looks at this with utter confusion, wondering what has become of her friend. She's never seen this happen before. Not with any other Nemoi. But why now? What has occurred? And that will end today's game session.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
I think deep down, Oliver believes Arwen can get back out of this. She can survive a destruction.
God, I hope Arwen can survive a destruction heroing.
We'll find out. Tune in next month.
Are there any player noms that I should be aware of?
I do.
Oh.
I have a player nom. I mean, it's a hard decision because there's so many amazing moments all around. But I need to give my player nom to Josie for like two defining moments that I think really pushed the story in a good direction and solved a lot of stuff. One that was funny, and the other that was a decision. The funny one is when we were intimidated or trying to suss out who was the real and fake Oliver. The littered in Bangladesh question, where everyone was like, "Ah!" It was so confusing that you completely threw the fake one completely out of his persona, and he's like, "Shit!" and just attacks you. So that was hysterical, and it drew the game forward. And the other moment, which really struck me, is when I got conned, and I had lied to Benimaru, and I personally was like, I don't know what the hell, where are we going to go for here? And your decision to say, we need to go to Junko, we need to come clean, and just, say what happened. And I think that was like a really good decision that put us, despite what happened with getting the memory, I think that was a great decision that put us on a good path. So, for Josie.
Okay. Any other player names I should be aware of?
I would like to recommend Rob.
Okay.
Because he plays Oliver. I love it that Oliver still, even though he went through what he went through with going with Emiko and getting captured, he still is like, you know what? Let me go into this room full of heretics and just yell out, "Hey, what the hell's going on?" and not think about his own safety. So I definitely give him that because he just does not learn his
Rob
lesson.
did that in character, by the way. But I'll save that for later.
Yeah.
So, any other player noms?
I'm also torn between both Nicole and Rob because on the one hand, Elephant Pinata, on the other hand, that stroke of genius with the icing that motherfucker's hands to the floor to make sure he doesn't pull that nail out. That was great thinking, and I like that.
Yeah. Very true. Is there someone in particular you are leaning more towards, Che?
No offense, Nicole, but I was kind of leaning towards Rob because Elephant Pinata.
That's cool.
Rob, you will receive our player nom for tonight. And Nicole and Jay, I need you to roll 1d10 for me.
Watch me get like a fucking 1 because I got all my good rolls out, screwing Nicole over.
No, dude, you're getting a 10.
1d10?
1d10.
Yep. Told you. Fucking told y'all.
All right. Nicole, you will get my staff nom for tonight. I loved how you were absolutely paranoid about Oliver Berg for the rest of the game session, thanks to the situation that occurred at the beginning of game. But I was also very, very, I guess the word would be astonished with your persistence during the memory kingdom that you were caught in and trying to extract the memories. And I loved how you were able to get one of them. And as soon as you acquired that second one, it just was the end of that journey for you. But I liked how you just kind of kept pushing through every single centimeter of the way, trying to get out of it. Jay just happens to roll better.
Yeah.
For some odd reason.
I would pay so much money to swap those last two rolls with. Because, good God, now you're in a harrowing. And
I just loved
hilariously.
it when you were like, "Oh, look, I rolled higher. That's a good thing." I'm like, "No, it's not."
Because somebody started blowing up chat, and so I was not super paying attention at the very beginning of that whole conversation. I didn't realize what I'm rolling for, and then I'm like, oh fuck, God damn it.
Yeah. And as just like a side note for you, Jay, causing my heretic to throw her spear in the opposite direction that you were standing made me laugh. That was really good.
Oh. Why, thank you. I love that extending the distance, whatever the fuck is. One day I'm going to remember it, and it's not going to be today. But yeah, that one. At first, I was like, "Wow, this isn't a particularly useful thing, but it seems like fun." And then I get that particular Arcana skill, and suddenly I kind of win a lot. Stretching reality. There we go.
Yeah. So, guys, obviously, before we can continue our story and discover what happens to Asakusa and the circle within it, we first need to determine what's going to happen to Arwen. She is entering a destruction heroine. And as Oliver has experienced before, destruction heroines are not fun or easy. And sometimes they take a part of you away that you would hope to hold on to much longer. So, if you guys are interested in participating in Nicole's destruction heroine, let me know, and you can be a part of it.
Yes.
Interested, but my next 2 weekends are fucking packed. So,
No worries. I assumed that October would be a busy month for people, but come November, we will definitely get that destruction heroine going.
Sounds good.
And more interesting enough, we're going to have to determine what the circle wants to do with themselves after their Mnemos, who was accompanying them, has suddenly destructed in front of them.
yeah.
So that'll be an interesting decision process for everybody.
By the way, don't forget to turn
Oh,
Craig
Alex.
off.
I will.
Okay.
I'd just like to give a player nom for Craig. No.